I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. Best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. Yes, we are here every day giving you exactly what you need, the solutions to your biggest questions. Why do I have big time cover up here? Because that is precisely what's happening. Our government continues to lie about the 5G network. Trump is not addressing the dangers of the untested nature of the 5G network, the possible harm it can cause all of us. And worst of all, a deep state seems to be stacking the deck against any real efforts to stop pedophiles around the country, and especially around Washington, D.C. The pedophiles that are getting away with this type of behavior are probably our government officials, unfortunately. And the very fact that the Jeffrey Epstein case continues to dog us, and now all these new angles are being discovered left and right, makes me a very interesting guy, I guess, on Conspiracy Monday. We've got William Barr, our Attorney General, whose father was one of the people at the school that Jeffrey Epstein was hired at without a degree to teach underage minor girls mathematics. Donald Barr, the father of William Barr. So William Barr is obviously corrupted, and any statement he makes could easily be leading us nowhere. In fact, he says he's concerned, but he hasn't issued a grand jury investigation, and nor has Congress. So all of this evidence, preponderance of evidence that Jeffrey Epstein is not dead, is coming forward, and we're beginning to see the real picture here. Yeah. Nobody's really addressing this, and even our government. You don't hear Ocasio-Cortez saying anything about this. You know, she hasn't made a comment about how Jeffrey Epstein seems to be not the same guy. So I have a photo here that you can compare, and I'll bring it to you in just a second. The nose is completely different. And this week we're going to tackle the ear. Last week we tackled the nose. You just looking at that tells you, no, that's not the same nose. There's no reason why Jeffrey Epstein, who obviously had a straight nose like mine, but it was a little bit angled in here, which has kind of the Jewish tilt. This one is a completely different nose. It is a hooked nose with larger flared nostril and a different angle of the nostrils too, I might add. You notice how the nostril goes sideways versus up for Jeffries like this? Anyway, Jimmy Durante. Hey, they're doing an order them to the other night. Okay, let's take a look. We're seeing all kinds of bizarre things happening. Hong Kong protesters are now breaking down facial recognition towers and destroying them in and around the Hong Kong area in anticipation of more surveillance by Hong Kong. The upset people of Hong Kong are loud and clear. We're hearing you. We don't know what to do for you. That's the problem. Most American people don't want to stand up and send, guards in there and try to take on China and have a war in Hong Kong. But the surveillance state China is exporting, we revealed earlier, came from Eric Schmidt. It turns out in our show, our pre-show, we featured a video showing Eric Schmidt's involvement at the Department of Defense selling all kinds of things as secrets to China. So the global New World Order is starting to take shape. Apparently these moneyed interests control China, they control Russia, they control America, and they're trying to consolidate their surveillance state over all of us. That's why they're getting away with it. The people are caught in the middle, like in Hong Kong. This reaction in Hong Kong is real. It's real, and it's definitely something that they didn't factor in. The social credit system was created by Eric Schmidt, the former CEO of Google. Remember when he was making some outlandish statements? There's all kinds of conspiracy theories. One of them is that Eric Schmidt has this real lust and greed, like so many billionaires. He has like $14 billion already. He has his lust and greed for more and more, and they want life extension too, like Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel is another big supporter of Donald Trump and libertarians. Eric Schmidt's more of a Democratic supporter and has been working with Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama. But either way, both parties are the deep state. Both parties are systematically turning our world into a surveillance state, and they're sharing that data with China, and they're using it as a social credit system that will actually get people turned into body parts. If you're really in debt in China and you've lost all your money and you don't pay your bills and you have a debt, they'll actually drop you so low on the social credit score that they will pick you up with a Chinese death mobile, a death bus. I'm not making this up. There's over 50 of these Chinese death buses that rotate around the Beijing area. This is why Hong Kong is protesting. They rotate around the Beijing area, picking people up and literally executing them on camera, so that they videotape the execution, and then they harvest their body parts out of there and sell them to people like rich oligarchs and billionaires for organ transplant or stem cell purposes. I'm not kidding. I wish I was. Anyway, the story goes deep. Conspiracies run very deep, like still waters run deep. Conspiracies run very deep. And when you tackle these subjects, you ask big questions. It's real life, yeah. The Southern California deputy lied about being shot by a sniper in sheriff's office parking lot. Really? Okay. I heard about that, yeah. I'll have to take that in a little bit later. Right now I'm just kind of processing the previous news from yesterday. Oh, hang on, we'll go there now.
California's huge story went national. Police
This morning, a deputy in California admits that he lied when he said a sniper shot him.
This is nuts. Deputy Angel Reynosa's lie created mass panic on Wednesday out in Lancaster, California's huge story went national. Police evacuated a nearby building, in fact, and tactical teams even searched for hours and hours for the alleged shooter. Investigators say Reynosa cut 2 holes in his shirt to make it look like bullet wounds. It is still unclear exactly why he lied. Police say the hoax was a huge waste of resources. They say Reynosa will be relieved of his duties, and the DA now will lead an investigation.
You know, a lot of times they hire people who are mentally retarded at the force. So when you're when you're in the police force or police farce, however you call it, you don't really know if the guy next to you is retarded. He may be mentally retarded, which is perfectly normal. You can't actually join the police if you have an IQ above 106. They have a standard. This came out in a lawsuit recently. Standard in all law enforcement is if you have an IQ above 106, you cannot get a job there. Yep. They limit the number of intelligent people working there. So, I've never been to Epstein Island, no. Press conference about the lying cop. Oh, more of that? Oh, here we go. More into the depths of the lying cop. I guess we're going to talk about this. Okay, go ahead. It's kind of talking about like retardation, but okay, go ahead.
It's extremely disappointing. We expect our deputy sheriffs to withhold a higher, are held to a higher standard. And unfortunately, in this case, he did not act to that standard.
And you wasted our resources. And our tax dollars are out the door for your ridiculous, how much did that cost? Like 30 grand in sniper activity?
But I'd like to reiterate to the citizens of Lancaster, your community is safe. There's no one on the loose in that community.
Okay, thanks.
I apologize for the inconvenience that was imposed on you.
Why don't we just have Scare Tactics 101 from all the police departments? Isn't that what the crisis actors are all about? And now with all these false flags happening, no proof that things, nobody at Clark County Coroner ever presented a body image or any forensic data on anyone that died in the Mandalay Bay shooting. Yeah, Stephen Paddock, the alleged shooter, his body didn't even match that of a 65-year-old man. It looked like a 45-year-old man in the neck shot. Nothing makes sense. Without any data or proof, we won't even know if any of these are real. And what would be their agenda if they wanted to push all these supposed shootings? Well, gosh, it's really dangerous out there and everyone's afraid, and gosh, we better go get rid of guns. Yeah, that's their primary goal. But it's ironic that we haven't seen a lot of serious increases in shootings lately. There's quite a few of these things that are just like, they defy odds. Let's see if I've got a stat here. No, it's not in this section here. I'm going to go to my other folder. Well, let's be clear. My thoughts on Sandy Hook is we need to have evidence. We need more and more evidence to validate all these events. The people questioning Sandy Hook need to get evidence. All they're asking for is more proof. Yeah, we never got enough. And it's suspicious that the state of Connecticut tried to make it illegal to get any kind of autopsy results from children's deaths in that state prior to the event that happened. That was strange. So that's suspicious. The state of Connecticut delivered a redacted copy of that event, and there was no blood evidence in the school presented ever. Not in one single piece. That's suspicious. But here's a shooting stat. This will shock you, actually. Look at that. Mass shootings incidents by year, it's actually going down. So for the past 14 years, they've been pushing all these mass shootings in front of us with very little evidence. Yeah, Aurora, Colorado, everybody at the theater was told that their cell phone footage was going to be taken in by the police, and they never got it back. And numerous people saw 2 people killing people or shooting people in that theater. Aurora, Colorado, where the actual supposed shooter is in jail. It doesn't even look like the real guy. That's one area that's... Anyway, the numbers are still not that much. It's not like it's growing. It's just they keep a constant reminder to us that these shootings are happening so that they can push their agenda of gun control. Their primary agenda is gun control. They want to get rid of our guns and let the criminals have guns and let the police have guns. So basically everyone here will be subjugated to the totalitarian rule of a tyrannical government. That's their primary goal. In America, we've had 1,200 deaths by cop annually for the past 6 years. That means 1,200 people die a year by cop. And most of them are unarmed. And a quarter of them are disabled. Hey, I asked everyone in the pre-show what this is. I still don't know. It's got 6 globes in a circle. You can't really see it properly in this photograph, but we have these all over the country in every city now. and nobody knows what they are. We look at them and we go, wow, what is that? I have no idea. If it was emitting rays, it'd be a different story, like electromagnetic rays, Maybe it is kind of one of those things that could be emitting rays. How do we know it isn't emitting rays? That's the problem. It could also be surveillance. It could be watching us. That's a possibility. But why? Why watch all three dimensions all the way around a traffic area? It doesn't make sense. Anyway, since nobody has a picture of this online and there's not a single photograph in any industrial picture, it's got to be some sort of a secret project. Well, therein lies the origin of a conspiracy theory. Therein lies, I'm questioning what this is, because there's no valid picture of anything in any technical drawing anywhere in the world, even patents. And I've traced patent libraries extensively. I've been doing scans for days. But in lieu of that, we have to ask ourselves, well, they're using unpatented technology, and no one has a photograph of it. So, hey, what could it be? Now the conspiracy theories arise. No, I still don't know what they are. But thanks for coming in. But I don't like your name. Bye. Yeah, chemtrail tracker, there you go. What about a microwave focal point? Because they're every 300 feet. That's a strange thing. When you see a line of these things, they're every 300 feet in a row. This was taken off a world map, actually a Google map. You can find these all over the world, and they're specifically in America, though, in every city over a 3-mile swash of road, every 300 feet. They're positioned. Now, they could be used as a microwave beam technology. That's possible. The fact that they're 300 feet apart indicates they may be something connected with a 5G network, but not one thing looks like that from the 5G network. Anyway, your guess is as good as mine. What we do know is that the government is not testing the 5G network. They're not making it safe. I'm more than willing to do that. Unlike Trump, I'm actually very in favor of making limitations on the power of the 5G system, putting limiters on it, and testing it to make sure if it's viable for humans to be around it. It looks to me like it's not. It looks to me like bees are dropping. We saw some footage last week of bees dying when a 5G network mast went up. We heard about the one at The Hague, where 299 birds dropped from the sky when a Hague 5G mast went up. Yeah, so a lot of these things, that begs the question, is Donald Trump really protecting your rights as an individual and protecting you from dangerous 5G? He embraces the 5G network. He thinks it's a great thing. Now he thinks, and you're not going to believe this is like phenomenal. He thinks that, if you haven't just joined the show, he thinks that Trump says we should nuke hurricanes. Not only does he not care about the 5G network and how safe it is, but he wants to use nukes to stop hurricanes. Now, can you imagine what a nuke would do and the radiation that would blow out into a hurricane if you fired at it? But if hurricanes are formed artificially using radio frequencies, all we have to do is shut down the radio frequencies and we're fine. Yeah. I think we'll minimize hurricanes if we stop radio frequency use and excessive use of sonar and radar. Now, there's been a lot of radar use, especially around hurricanes, which doesn't make sense. Why would we be doing so much radar work, militarily speaking, if we have a hurricane going on? Well, because they literally create hurricanes. And I know that sounds really, really strange and weird, but they do. Trump wants to create a nuke. Literally use a nuke to stop a hurricane. I say it's a lot simpler than that. We can stop a hurricane by simply stopping the chemtrails. Yeah, the things that are blowing right over our heads, heavy metals, that are being manipulated by radio frequencies and radar to create hurricanes. That's the simplest way, not starting a nuclear war. The idea has no merit at all. Yeah. Anti-5G is actually being funded by 4G. I don't believe that at all. No. This is a military op. In fact, I even think that the 5G network is artificially intelligent derived. I believe that AI has been involved in the original creation of the 5G network. I believe that AI is planning on microwaving the entire population. And they've set up these tasks for our government to install these without anyone questioning them. The people that do believe in the 5G network are zealots, weirdos, freaks. I've never seen more freakish people than the zealots that promote this. Truly. Well, let's be clear. Let's take a break and do a little cowbell. It's getting a little excitable here. Okay, cowbell it is. Tuning up. Cool. Well, that was fun, wasn't it? Now, Misanthropy brought us a little piece on a central cube sets Paris microflat into work, living, rest modes. Wow. This will be exciting. We're going to see how people in Europe stack and pack it. Now, as you know, I'm against stack and pack living. I'm a big supporter of tiny houses for reaching out to large areas and growing and having the population spread out. Unlike Alex Jones, who talks about stack and pack being all tiny houses, I actually differentiate. But this is a tiny cube that you can literally stack and pack and take in, and creates all kinds of things. Wow. It is most nice for people living in compact areas like tiny houses. It would be very efficient. Whoa. Okay, I'll take a look at that tonight in our lineup at 10 o'clock. Appreciate it. And I'll put in tiny houses and cool tech. Wow. Yeah, I don't support stack and pack living. Like Alex Jones doesn't support it either. But I don't think we should stop the tiny house movement. That's great. The tiny house movement is one of the best things going. But the people that, you know, are concerned about stack and pack living think that we're all going to be living in like controlled environments monitored by surveillance equipment, and that is a concern of mine. I definitely agree. I am getting Makana unbanned. Okay. Coming up. There you go. The things on the poles are highway chandeliers. Yeah. Highway chandeliers. It's funny. Okay, I'm going to read the chat here and follow you guys. Check out Miley's new tattoo. Oh, and I should care? Well, apparently Miley Cyrus, the renowned Satanist and Illuminati sex puppet, seen with pictures of Jeffrey Epstein and other people, she's now saying the tattoo is a snake in the act of consuming a child. The Bistion is also known as the Vipera. Wow. No kidding. So Miley Cyrus got a new tattoo inspired by a romantic rebound trip to Italy with a new love, Caitlyn Carter, and the snake is actually eating a child. See a little child there at the top of the... You know, I think that's about as sick as I can show on the screen. Wow. And we were wondering if these people were worshiping Lucifer. I don't think it's a question anymore. Epstein, I don't think, is he having a funeral? I don't think they have a funeral for people that fake their death. Yes, gravity interacts with electromagnetic radiation and heavy metals. Duh. Gee, Dr. Meow, how many PhDs do you have now? 18? And you still act like we're dealing with simple ideas like that, like what you're presenting? Creating artificial gravity could really help stop a hurricane? Well, you're right about that, actually. I stand corrected. Your 18 PhDs just paid off. Oh, they cremated Epstein? Yeah, they didn't want any proof it wasn't his body or any blood evidence. I doubt they even have a vial of his blood. That would prove emphatically that they're covering the whole story up. There's no open casket. They cremated him, according to I Eat Bugs. But it's ironic that I Eat Bugs is saying they cremated him. Wouldn't you rather have him, naturally composted? Yes. Tesla said, understand vibration, understand the universe. Unfortunately for him, the timescape didn't last long enough for him to fulfill his greatest goal, which is to destroy the world. Some people believe that his death ray was designed to destroy the world and was used originally to burn very large areas. Many people believe that the death ray that Tesla created is none other than the directed energy weapons that we look at today that are out there. These types of directed energy weapons. They're exactly what the death ray was that Tesla suggested that the government should actually develop. No, sonic booms are real. It happened a lot when I was a kid. I used to live near Edwards Air Force Base, and I experienced sonic booms all the time over my house. All the time. They were really blasting past the sound barrier right in front of my house. So, as a child, I experienced tremendous amounts of jet activity, and today I still live under a jet path. I believe that the gyration of the jets over my body will actually minimize the net effects of gravity on my cell structure. Yes, it's one of my theories. So I purposely live under jet paths. I love that feeling of having 120 decibels just go right through my system and fracture my liver. I'm kidding, of course, but, seriously. One has to wonder how safe they are. But yeah, I've seen sonic booms for real. Okay, I guess it's pretty safe to say that the whole Jeffrey Epstein thing has been swept up. He's been cremated, end of story, and he's still out there molesting children. Okay, that's where we're at now. Yeah, and regarding chemtrails and what they're doing to hurricanes, yes, we are being raped. It's called climate rape. So we've got that story we covered. So we've covered quite a bit already in conspiracy land. They are poisoning us in their atmosphere. That's a conspiracy fact. Basically, Jeffrey Epstein did get away with unbelievable atrocities and now back out working again. We've pretty much proven that. So where do we go from here? And the 5G network needs safeguards. We talked about that. And directed energy weapons are dangerous. We haven't really explored the effect on Paradise, California and other areas, and how many people are missing still. 85 people are missing in the Paradise fire. Excuse me, 85 people were dead in the Paradise fire, but there were 3 or 4 missing. I bet there's 3,000 or 4,000 people missing. Yeah, we have a lot of weird stories about that in our archives. But again, who wants to go bring up pictures of bodies charred, burned to death by directed energy weapons? I mean, isn't that a little boring? Yeah. Wouldn't you rather talk about something more exciting than people being fried? I don't think that's the butterfly effect combined with the thermodynamic theory of flatulence and the Coriolis effect. So Dr. Meow is bringing up flatulence, the Coriolis effect, and the changes of the thermal layer due to mass flatulence. Good job. You should work for the Democratic Party and blame it all on chemtrails. Oh, that's right. The Democratic Party doesn't mention chemtrails. They consider that a conspiracy theory. But yet they're saying that we should spray the atmosphere with stratospheric aerosol injection to somehow cool it off. Well, wouldn't that be a chemtrail spray? Oh, but that's a conspiracy theory. Oh. Huh. So the Democrats don't want to address chemtrails. Yeah. They don't want to talk about any of these subjects, so I'm the only guy talking about it, me. Big Dave. I was looking at pictures of Brianna Tarth. I finally saw her on the screen. She does look a lot like me. I will admit that, yeah. Did Trump's uncle steal Tesla's research? Yes. You're talking about John Trump. I think so. Good question. The science of 5G health effects. Oh, goody. I like to. I don't believe that. I'd like to see it. But. The rich Corinthian leather. Welcome to Fantasy Island. Hello. Please visit my friend Tattoo.
The plane. Oh, the chemtrails.
Don't be ridiculous. They would never spray chemtrails, Tattoo.
No, they are spraying chemtrails. They are raping us.
I'm having a Fantasy Island conversation between Ricardo Montalban and his dwarf. Okay, let's get this changed background and bring you. That's it. Okay, good. Anyone have any questions, feel free to ask. If you don't want to talk about any one subject, then don't ask anything about it. But if you have something on your mind, share. Imagine if you were to jump from a plane with no parachute. On the way down, you could invent a way to save yourself in time. Probably not. That's an analogy for the human race in our situation. Wow, Final Dream has a end of days nihilistic view that we can't save ourselves. That voting for a third party won't make any difference. Okay. Yeah, a lot of people kind of think that we shouldn't even try. We just, bend over, crawl into the fetal position, grab your ankles, and wait for the FEMA camp or wherever you're being sent. I see. The end of the world could be just starvation too. Hello, Sarah. Today we had a shocking experience. Our water came in brown in our water system. And I called up and told them I can't shower. I can't, take a hot shower because it'll clog the hot water heater with brown crap. And I said it's very, very messed up. So they worked on it, and squeaky wheel gets the grease. We're back to clear water again. So I'm very thankful. I was quick to report it. Apparently there was some sort of a problem in the lines of a water system.
Well, they said that I remember people saying that before you moved in, before they put in this water system that they have now, that the water was all brown. So.
Well, ever since the new water company took over.
We didn't move in back then.
Yeah, that's really kind of where it was before we moved in here. When we moved in here 25 years ago, the water system was negotiated $1 million. They built $1 million mortgage that everyone has been paying for at 7% interest for the past 20 years. And it's a 30-year note. So the $1 million mortgage to finance a redo of the entire water system, where they dug up the lines and changed them all over, went down when I first moved in here. Well, here we are 20 some odd years later, and they're talking about rebuilding the system. They've already charged us collectively about $125,000 within this past year. And instead of fixing the water system, they decided to give themselves $60,000 in raises. Mm-hmm. And I called up today. I said, so you guys gave yourself a $60,000 raise in your budget, but you haven't fixed the water system. And you said you were going to fix the water system. So all of us have to make balloon payments to this group of people. And it's just amazing. So hopefully the water will be better and better. I'm coming up with better ideas too to deal with this. Like, I'm thinking of actually desalinating my own water. I'm thinking we'll get that really cool greenhouse that you were looking at for $1,200. Mm-hmm. That would be perfect for $1,400. $1,400. That would be perfect for desalination.
Yeah.
Sarah found a greenhouse that's ideal for growing things. We could even have greenhouse things growing in it and put salt water in the middle and pull fresh water off the sides. I think it's a good idea.
Yeah. I
think that would be a good investment. Yeah, so they took polycarbonate panels and created a greenhouse, and it's very affordable. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, so she's going to give me a little break. I'm going to make a little dinner. I'll be back. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, the $6. I had something similar to the $6 bowl of food today for lunch. Yeah, the kids come back next week, I guess. But my day of training day was good. It was about equity and social emotional learning, and it's really good. Yeah. Her world will end in 12 years, maybe. I think that will adjust to the world and the changes that happen in the next 12 years. Or eating a soy salad with soy sauce. Funny. Funny, I guess. Seems kind of funny. All right. Okay. I agree with that. The world won't end, but maybe our way of living will. Beyond fried chicken, they're testing plant-based chicken now. The soy salad with soy sauce is good at 3 a.m. Good. Yes, I have heard that. Terror eyes. Guess it all depends on your perspective. I am well, Daryl. You need to move to non-animal food. Why? Well, maybe to be nicer to the animals. Well, you might need rent money for that month as well, Victory for Cake. Why don't you save up money and be able to pay for rent for a whole year at a time before you start thinking of a wife? No, I don't think electroshock therapy can cure people. No, I don't believe that corporal punishment is necessary. I think that all people, children are people, and, you know, people are not going to learn from someone who inflicts corporal punishment on them. I sometimes do get upset, but yeah. Well, I would argue that they don't really learn, Victory. And I would argue that, yeah, I don't believe people learn from people that inflict corporal punishment. Yeah, David is chopping up something for dinner. Football is starting up soon. Yes, the school is starting up. Football is starting up. I think David can tell you that later, Freakov. Top 21 unexpected uses for Vicks Vapor Rub. Interesting link, Earth Sky. Do I do trivia anymore? I suppose I could start back with some trivia. Why not? I think it's fine to be offended. I think it's good to work too, that I have work. No bannable events. Is David looking forward to taking a vacation next summer? Or do we have to wait another 10 years? Well, it depends on what your interpretation of the word vacation is. Some people could say, you know, you have a vacation every day. Right? Okay. That's an interesting, not just the key words the Gateway Pundit was writing, but it's an interesting perspective because Misanthropy gave a link to a AI they were developing to detect what they consider hate speech. Finds that if they target certain keywords, minorities actually use those keywords, and probably they use them not in a hateful way. So I think it's a difficult discussion. Yes, victory for cake, that's been proven that, well, my understanding is you should always use prophylactics, especially homosexuals, because it prevents the spread of HIV and AIDS and other sexually transmitted diseases. And especially if you're not just homosexuals, but everyone, but especially when there's an issue with that, because there's a tendency of blood to happen, and it's a blood into when bodily fluids interact that can have relate to the spread of disease. No, I'm not saying that people of all genders that engage, what I am saying is people of all genders that engage in sexual activity should use prophylactics unless you're attempting to have a child. I'm glad you're looking at your new Bug Zapper maxed out credit. Oh, a fourth person. Actually, I read that article a while ago about the fourth person that's contracted triple E virus, the mosquito-borne virus. Yes, they do, Victory. And no, it doesn't. Cliff to chat. All right. So California is suing, actually 20 states are suing the Trump administration over the Flores rule. But okay, I was going to go into some trivia. I could do some quote trivia, but I think I'm going to go back to cultural literacy. That was a good one. I'm not unhappy, I don't think. Maybe we should do some biblical trivia. Yes. Who were the first two patriarchs of the Old Testament? I like being here. Oh, this one is, according to the book of Genesis, God made a covenant with one of them, telling him to leave his own country and promising to give his family the land of Canaan. Behavior, you have one of them. Your grandma and pappy. Wow. You guys have a lot of bias. The answer was Abraham and Isaac. But I would think that it would be Adam and Abel. Let's talk about deicide for Myth Monday, killing all the gods. Is that what deicide is? Yeah, it does seem like the culture is changing, that maybe people are need to know less about the Bible. So I'll skip over the Bible. I won't put that on you. What do I think of neo-paganism? I think whatever people want to believe is okay with me. I'm kind of like Mr. Rogers. I like people just the way they are. Would you call me a SJW? Social justice warrior? Yeah, maybe I am a little bit. Ooh, I'm going to say I like this one. I grew up as a Christian. But I wouldn't consider myself religious anymore. All right, I am going to say a definition, and you type the proverb. You type it as a proverb. Persons, places, or things become dearer to us when they are absent. No, I don't. Victory for cake. That's good. Why is the Congress the opposite of the word progress? It does have to do with you could say that, especially how words are created. I did not know that about worms. Thank you, Maxed Out Credit. Well, yeah, I don't believe in that, Victory. Yes, that's true. Progress versus regress. But you digress. Haha. Alright, that proverb was, absence makes the heart grow fonder. No, we do not, Mad Dog. All right, maxed out credit was said, worms do not have eyes, but they possess what's called receptor cells. This lets them know they are in or too close to light. They don't like the light and will die if left in the sunlight too long. They feel around with their sensitive skin and hairs on their body. They have hairs on their body? Do worms smell? No. They have chemoreceptors that enable them to taste through means of chemical stimuli. Remember, they cannot breathe, therefore they cannot smell. I've heard that worms breathe through their skin. Huh. Yep, worms do not have lungs. They breathe through their skin through the transfer of oxygen absorbed by their skin. Since they don't inhale, they must remain wet at all times. That's why they're slimy. You think David did an unban all? I don't think so. I don't find that funny at all, Victory for Cake. I find that mean. Very mean. Bad. You like tapeworms that grow in your belly? Isn't it a Cetylodon? Something like that? Oh, clitellum. The ring in the middle of the worm, clitellum. Also called a saddle. Actually located closer to the mouth or anterior end of the worm. The clitellum is responsible for producing the cocoon, which will hold the embryo. This is where baby worms come from. Nice. I won't be doing an unban all, but if you have a specific person besides Vika Sweet, I would be willing to unban that person. Yeah, I think, you know, I'm kind of tired of you, Victory for Cake. So I'm just going to mute you. Sure. Why do you want her unbanned? I'll unban her, but I don't understand why you want her unbanned. I feel like all she does is spam. Oh, because she's entertaining, she posts videos that are entertaining. Yes, worms have 5 hearts. Oh, and their hairs are called setae. Bristles enable a worm to cling to the walls of its burrow and to move around easily on the ground or up a wall. I don't notice the hairs. They must be really tiny. Oh. Nice. More worm facts, or shall I study another option that I would think would be fun is I could go in and try to study coding. GOP Representative Sean Duffy is resigning from Congress. His baby has a heart condition. I don't know what you're talking about, Bangalitis. One stomach with 4 distinct compartments. That's pretty cool. I'm not a cat expert. Have you fed her more dry food or do you feed her all wet food? I love fries. Baby worms are protected fairly well inside a cocoon. They can withstand the extreme elements of nature. That's why composting worms that live outside can make it to see spring. The adults will die off if it gets below freezing. I say yes, diddly dee. David says no. Because he thinks the birds are just the beginning. Yeah. She's on dry food only. You took her to the vet 4 weeks ago. They said there's nothing wrong with her. Does she know where the litter box is? I sometimes agree with Bangalitis. Like, maybe she needs a more comfortable... So sometimes she goes in the litter box and sometimes she doesn't. And is this at night or when you can see her? Like during the day? You catch her in the act, or it's like you find it later? In the evening and night. So, not really during the day. I would say the best thing to do is to put her in the same room as her litter box and close up the door until she just only goes in the litter box. Hello, Stace. Now, Dr. Meow is a PhD in catology, so he might know the answer to your question better than I. I love fries. Whoa, that is pretty crazy. Okay, I will show it. Thank you, Dr. Meow, for this tweet page, live or recent. It didn't say Mexico, Bangalitis. If you're capable of... Okay, let me... this mouse. The storm is seen in the radar echo that was shown before this tweet, so I'd have to go back to that. There's a storm that hit Madrid. And here's the streets of Arganda, where the sky, they say the sky has drenched it. Oh, I don't want that. Oh, wow. Oh my goodness, just look at all that water. Oh no, climate change isn't real at all. My goodness. My goodness, I hope those people are up. They have to be on like the second or third floor because, man, that is a lot of water. Madrid. And it keeps coming. Oh my goodness. Wow. It doesn't look like they'll be burned to the ground. It just will wash away. In Villa Verde Alto, it's pouring rain, hail, and hail in equal parts. All right. Wow. I think I'll watch that again. It's pretty crazy. Big trash cans going into cars, brand new cars, all washing down the road, just being pushed into other cars by the force of the water. There you go, Doctor. That's Dr. Meow's advice. Yeah, if there were any bicycles, they'd already been washed away by the time somebody's like, oh, I should use my phone to look at this. Wow. Picasso Mario on Twitter gave a picture of this. Here's the tornado advancing through the fields. Wow. Oh my goodness. It's not Stockholm or Chicago in the middle of the winter. It's the street of Arganda del Rey in the middle of August. An intense storm this afternoon has left a lot of water and spans of hail. And here is the satellite imagery. Wow. Wow. Thank you for sharing. Pretty intense all over the world. Weather issues. I disagree, Victory. I am not being racist toward you because you come from Armenia. I muted you because I didn't like what you were having to say about people's gender, people's race, and women. So I thought that you needed some time to think about what you were saying. Okay, worm dinner time. Compost. Yum. That's cute. I do like that. Well, maybe it's time that you did have a different way of life. Odin the cat, I like that. Why is it when a person defends themselves or tell you or address you, they attack you with something about racism? Yes, I do. Well, I think worms can eat coffee grounds. However, they can be a little acidic. So I would mix the coffee grounds with soil before I put it on the worms. I'm not claiming that my culture is superior. Well, I am claiming that humanity is superior and humanity can move toward treating people equally. I contend that corporal punishment does not work anywhere. You think it works, but it does long-term damage. Well, would you like to be hit? Physically hit? What do you want out of society? You think society isn't working. What's your ideal society? I agree with you, Odin. You want society to end. What would replace society if it did end? What would you have instead? Yes, I think that I agree, Odin. No race is superior to another. People are different. You would want everyone to go their own way and be free from each other. Well, I think that you can do that. You know, there's still plenty of land in places like Alaska, Maine, South Dakota, Wyoming, Michigan, even almost every state. Upstate New York. You say no, that's not possible, but if you want freedom and you want everyone to go your own way, but you do want to be able to interact with other people, otherwise you wouldn't be in a chat room if you did go your own way. Oh, you say if you have to pay taxes on land, you're not free. You do have a point there. I don't know if there are any places where you don't have to pay taxes. I do wonder about the places in Alaska. Well, I think that having the world connected, I think that the world being connected, especially through the internet, we're going to have less fighting in the future. Actually, growing things works really well in Alaska because they have 24-hour days in the summer months. Well, that's why there's a focus now. I'm a Pisces, and instead of equality, on equity. It's not about everyone being the same, but treating people fairly. Yes, that's true. Half a watermelon does cost $25 up in Alaska. Yeah. So, well, Misanthropy can play that song. I can't not. There's lots of squatter villages on Halian Islands. And I've heard about there's other places that they want people to go live. Well, they won't be close, but they will be able to communicate with one another. I think being able to communicate with an open mind is vital. So you want freedom, not in the mindset of like you want it as in free beer. You don't want freedom as in being able to think what you want to think and live the life you want to live. You just think of it as in monetary terms. So I think those are two different things. Well, you know, maybe you're not open-minded to communicate with people that are practice Islam. Worms are under what class? Phyla, Xyla, and Dyla are not classes. So the cause is someone being in your personal space. Can you find a different personal space? You just reported me sausage for what? Worms undergo what form of circulation? Single circulation, double circulation, diffusion, or osmosis? Maybe osmosis. Yes, everyone has a point of view. Correct. That's a good A and D are articles that mean two different things. They're very similar but different. Single circulation, okay, good to know. The worm has how many outer layers? 3. We're just guessing. C. And I've heard in my anthropology class that religion is the culturally responsive way to explain. It's a way to explain the unexplainable in cultural terms. Yeah, I appreciate you, Odin, because you're saying a lot of things that I agree with. 2 outer layers, okay. D, none of the above. Okay. You want me to look that up? Misanthropy? I don't know, Bengalitis. Probably not. But I don't want one of those. A food god. Yeah, it's is that the one with Tom Cruise, Tiffany D? Yeah, I've watched it like a couple, at least two or 3 times. Rain Man, yes. My favorite quote, Rain Man is something about Kmart. Definitely Kmart. Who's on first? No, what's on second? That was cute movie. You refused to watch the movie Rain Man?
I made a lovely dinner for everybody. You can have as much as you want. Split 3 ways if you want, or if you want to leave me a
It's up to you. Leave me the smallest fish patty.
Okay.
I just cut them. I
Okay.
didn't put all 5 in like you did.
Okay. That's fine.
Enjoy. I made mac and cheese and some really good stuff.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks, Sarah. Wow. What a wonderful assistant she is. Sam Walton said he actually copied a lot of his ideas from Kmart. Well, Sam Walton never would have built an enterprise, and Walmart wouldn't even exist the way it is today without Bill Clinton. It's no coincidence that Little Rock, Arkansas, was Bill Clinton's hometown and the basically the center of Walmart. They have an underground home, you know. The entire Walton family have an underground home. I mean, we're probably looking at like a couple thousand. I would say 10,000. I have no idea, actually. Okay, I had to rinse my hair off. I just couldn't handle it anymore. My scalp needed it. Right. It looks redone. Yeah, I redid it because I had to rinse it off. Yeah, it was like getting too sticky, and I hadn't taken my second shower today. They had put brown water in my water, and I called them up and I said, "What's going on?" Thanks. At least it has rejuvenation and some really good avocado shea shampoo. Garnier makes it. It's really good. I noticed that Garnier products are very good for your scalp. Shawarma is made of lamb. It's a cute sheep. What? What are you talking about? Kid. A kid is a sheep of a... Isn't a kid a goat? Not a sheep. A billy goat. A small billy goat is a kid. That's what they call it. You blow dry your hair from an odd-looking blow dryer. Later learned it was shrink wrap gun. There you go. You probably burned your scalp for good. Permanent follicle damage. Bummer. I'm sorry you're you. Hey, the stock market's been rebounding even though Trump is trying to disable trade relations with China. I don't know if Trump is willfully trying to challenge the globalization of the New World Order, or he's just an idiot puppet that they can't control. I mean, let's see what this is. I'm sorry, it's the way I negotiate. Trump confounds the world at the wild G7 meeting. And he says he's definitely going to invite Putin next year. So Trump's clearly doing Putin's work, working for the Russians. And so are the Democrats. We're finding out from Devin Nunes and all these other QAnon people that the Democrats are heavily embroiled in Russian involvement. But they continually deny Republican involvement in Russian involvement, even though Maria Butina contacted various executives like the CEO of Overstock.com, as well as Republican gun rights supporters, and managed to get money into the hands of the NRA, who, by the way, gave Donald Trump $30 million to get elected. Isn't that amazing? So there's something wrong with the QAnon people that continually support Trump in lieu of the fact that all the evidence of Trump and Russian involvement is right in front of us still. Just because Mueller did a bad job investigating it and is probably working for the deep state doesn't mean the story isn't active. I always moisturize my hair. It's just living under the chemtrails that it gets, those nanoparticles drop the moisture level. Overstock is around, but the CEO was involved in a relationship with Maria Butina, the lady who got a mere 18 months for contaminating elections and working outside of the law. Yeah, Overstock's stock dropped quite a bit recently, but they're making a comeback now that the CEO stepped down. So, NASA astronaut accused of assessing her estranged wife's bank account. Crime in space. We got some things we want to show you from the other side. Sarah must have opened up a couple new ones. Okay, here we go. NASA astronaut accused of accessing her estranged wife's bank account. First alleged crime in space. Bad divorce. A bad divorce gone wild. Astronauts Anne McClain and Christina Koch were to make landmark history that NASA canceled it, keeping their safety in mind before anything else. Turns out they aren't enough. They're lovers and they're married. Yes, Christina Koch is married to Anne McClain. What? Oh, I'm sorry. Officials with NASA are reportedly investigating an allegation that an astronaut accessed bank account of her estranged spouse, Anne McClain, a decorated astronaut who was once set to be part of NASA's first all-female spacewalk. Isn't that assuming we actually are in space? I notice a lot of these NASA astronauts are underwater specialists. I wonder why. Never a straight answer, NASA. But the pair were married, the same-sex pair were married in 2014. Worden filed for divorce in 2018. And Worden filed a complaint with the FTC claiming that McClain had stolen her identity, although she saw no signs anyone had moved or used funds in the account. Boy, these lesbian divorces go all the way to the heavens, and the Lord will sort them out. That and Beelzebub. Johnson & Johnson felt guilty in fueling opioid crisis, ordered to pay $572 million by an Oklahoma judge. I'll look at that in a little while. I got a lot of things backed up here. Okay, thank you. And David, you know Biden spent his honeymoon in Soviet Russia. I did not know that. Did he grab a lot of the Russian women and try to touch them? Okay, CNET, let me take a look at your story, guest 478. Lesbians in Space. Introducing the Space Odyssey, Isles of Lesbo in the Sky. Actually, the island of Lesbo actually is suing lesbians because it has nothing to do with lesbianism. Isn't that ironic? I hardly ever sharpen the blade on my chainsaw. It's just, I hardly ever use my chainsaw. In fact, I like to let forests grow naturally and die naturally, you know. I love that natural look. I really reluctantly cut things down, unless they're in the way. Why would you send anyone who's lesbian in space, you ask? Because they don't understand the basics of life? Well, that's ridiculous. That's very prejudicial. Just because they're lesbian doesn't mean they don't understand life. They're attracted to women. What's the problem? So Donald is negotiating any way he wants. And the Dow Jones is doing very well. Yeah, the Dow Jones had a rocky day. Up, down, 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 up, 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 down, 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 up, 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 down, down, up. 269 points up. Yeah, still migrating back to 26,000 before the inevitable, this isn't a recession, happens. We're not in a recession. There's no recession. Everything's good. Donald Trump continually believes that he's going to brand our country to succeed, even though we're not making enough money to pay our debt. Ooh, okay. Okay, this just in from Misanthropy. College creates AI to identify hate on campus. Discover minority students are the worst abusers. Whoa, so they're the ones calling everybody racist. Radical far-left students at the University of California, Berkeley held a protest and formed a human chain to prevent white students from going to class in 2016 demonstration. Talk about open bias against white people. So the most racist people are minorities, according to this study by the Gateway Pundit, which is typically conservative. Okay, next. Top 21 expected uses for Vicks Vapor Rub. Oh, you're trying to sell the idea of getting rid of mosquitoes to Sarah. Oh, aren't you caring? Thank you. Well, she is trying very hard to get rid of. And we did feature this earlier. This is the new tattoo that Miley Cyrus is sporting. It shows a snake eating a child. Now, we knew Miley Cyrus was different and she was a Satanist, but putting a new tattoo on her arm after falling in love with Caitlyn Carter, showing a snake consuming a child, doesn't seem to really make sense. Yeah. Not cool. Not cool, Miley. Have that removed immediately, or you'll be sent to detention in your family home. Oh, she's an adult. I forgot. Okay, in the Hong Kong protests, we showed you earlier what's going on. The protesters, are working on new schemes to not deal with the Beijing government. So, Beijing puts up these towers with facial recognition cameras on them. Well, they're getting rid of the towers. The people are. so no one can recognize who they are. Look at this. They're wearing umbrellas. Look at that. They went in there with umbrellas, and then they knocked the thing down, and now they don't have any facial recognition, and China is very upset. That's right. One of the big 5-year plans of Xi Jinping is to destroy, or rather control, Hong Kong in every way, as well as destroy or take over Taiwan. And we're supposed to sit back and watch this happen. I guess the New World Order is doing this. I can't imagine. And this story, very disturbing. She thought she had water in her ear. It was a venomous brown recluse spider. Whoa. Spiders crawling into people's ears is not unheard of. It happened to a man in China, a woman in Wales, a woman in India, and a 9-year-old boy in Oregon. Ugh, gross. No kidding. Susie Torres' left ear felt like the water that can get stuck to swimming. She heard swishing when she woke up, assumed it had been caused by an allergy shot, blah, blah, blah. Discovered it was a dime-sized venomous brown recluse spider. When the medical assistant looked at Torres' ear, she ran into the room to get her colleagues. The medical assistant told Torres she thought there was a bug in her ear, but to stay calm. The spider had not bitten her. She told the network that she had started sleeping with cotton balls in her ears to make sure no other spiders enter. Well, how'd they get it out? They're called violin spiders, and they're deadly. Oh my gosh. I wouldn't doubt that. How did they get that sucker out of there? They're fast. Yeah. I found a spider in my floor last night, and I'm very, very kind to spiders. I got glass, put it right on top, got a nice plastic card, like a credit card but bigger, put it underneath and took it outside. I didn't kill it. You can get it into your brain. No, the bannable offense, that's just a bannable offense. I'm going to remove that. Well, the American people are not supporting the surveillance system. In case you didn't watch our show, I don't support the surveillance system. I told you that we're going to see social credits whether we like it or not. The question is, will it take away our rights? That's the big question. Social credits you can easily call like a game online. You can amass your social credits. It happens all the time on a lot of websites. They start out with social credits that you amass, and you get bonuses and discounts on items and things like that. Free t-shirts. Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders are slamming big tech, but their campaign's spending heavily on them. Exactly. And Elizabeth Warren wants to take down Google, right? And a lot of people want to take down Google. We already own Google. Our government already owns Google. In-Q-Tel operates the backbone of Google. There's no reason to take it down. What we need to do is democratize our ownership of Google. We have a national socialist control over Google right now. We have the architecture of a national socialist oligarchy controlling Google through the military. We simply, as a people, have to democratize the socialist, the government-owned social network called Google. But they're slamming big tech, but they spend much, much, much more money than most on big tech. Okay. Her campaign paid $12,000 of the companies, according to the FCC filings, in the big tech sector. Kamala Harris spent $15,000. Yeah, so they're all supporting big tech, but condemning it at the same time. And nobody is going at it like I am, backwards from the back end with no money. I'm the only one in the world doing this challenging effort to break through the censorship. The Democrats, Republicans refuse to acknowledge that there is censorship. No, Daryl, I'm 6'4". The same height as Brienne of Tarth. Yes. I finally saw Game of Thrones, and I was impressed. I really was. She is amazingly like me. Yeah, we could probably talk to each other one-on-one and go, yeah, dude. I mean, ma'am. Yeah. We kind of look alike. It's amazing. Anyway. This story came in today from Misanthropy. It turns out that the person that found Larry Sinclair's body, or excuse me, the person that first reported Larry Sinclair dead ahead of everybody, was a person by the name of Larry Celona. Turns out it's an anagram for Royal Lancer. And this is the same guy from the New York Post, was the first to report the death of Stanley Kubrick, JFK Jr., the NYPD suicides. And guess who the Colonel-in-Chief of the Royal Lancers is? Prince Andrew. That's his, Royal Lancers is his actual namesake. The cap badge of his group, is Duke of York, is Royal Lancers. So being Andrew was embroiled in this whole event, and Jeffrey Epstein, when he died, or excuse me, he's not dead, he's allegedly, when he faked his death, Andrew was seen laughing and smiling that day. He actually has a picture online where he's smiling like it was a big day for him. This is his picture, Prince Andrew with the Queen, the day that Jeffrey Epstein allegedly died. Tell me this isn't the look of absolute jubilance. Like, ha ha ha, we pulled it off. We did it. Oh, mother, they'll never know now what I was doing with Virginia Roberts Giuffre. Ha ha ha. Jeffrey Epstein is clearly dead to the eyes of the world, and he's still in play, and he's happy. Oh, mother, it's so nice we could do this together. You got to wonder if that's really what happened. You know? Seriously. You're going like, whoa, really? Yeah. The Royal Lancer, now it's all coming clear, Misanthropy. Wow, you came across a really good anagram. Well done, sir. Jolly ho. Now your next turn. Misanthropy was watching a show recently on YouTube, and the guy took the entire idea Misanthropy came up with, that the Amazon rainforest was a hoax. The burning was no greater than any previous year. The guy ran with Misanthropy's idea. You're the only one who came up with it, actually. In the whole world, you're the only one who came up with it. And then the guy just grabbed your idea. Some YouTube whore with over 500,000 subscribers grabbed it and did an entire show about it. That's so sad. Now that's just sad, see? Well, we covered all the surfaces and all the backgrounds, and I think we went back and forth in both directions. Let's see what we have from last week. Joe literally did not know. Last week we featured this. Joe really didn't know he was in New Hampshire. When meeting people on the campaign trail, Joe's got a little memory problem, having 3 aneurysms prior to becoming vice president and brain surgery. But here he is saying they're in Vermont.
I'm back. I've been here a number of times. Last time was, I think, all the way back in 2014, but I've been here before that. I love this place. Look, what's not to like about Vermont in terms of the beauty of it? And what a neat town. I mean, this is sort of a scenic, beautiful town. The mayor's been a good guy, and everybody's been really friendly. I like Keene a lot.
Wow. Poor guy. Kind of losing it. But this is the worst. The other Zionist presidential candidate, Donald Trump, claiming he's the chosen one.
I am the chosen one. I am the chosen one.
Politics in America has become a joke. Literally. Not figuratively. Not rhetorically. But truly, literally, a joke. People say politics in America, they start laughing. Right. Well, that's what Biden said to a Washington Examiner. He said, I am not going nuts. Seriously, let's take a look at this. I want to be clear. I'm not going nuts, he said. Well, let's be clear. Biden, I want to be clear, I'm not going nuts. Joe Biden, the 2020 Democratic frontrunner, told New Hampshire voters that he's not losing his mind. Well, that's such an assurance. Boy, I'm glad he told us. Doesn't that make you feel better? Well, I want to be clear. I'm not going nuts, Biden said. He told an audience during a campaign rally in Croydon, New Hampshire. The comment came after the former vice president hesitated when trying to recall exactly that he had given another speech hours before at Dartmouth College. I'm not sure whether it was the medical school or where the hell I spoke, but it was on the campus, Biden said. Let's cut Biden a little slack here, you know? He's only human.
We are so close.
Or is he?
To be able to do some incredible things for this country. Incredible things. I just spoke at Dartmouth on healthcare at the medical school, or not, I guess I wasn't actually on the campus, but people from the medical school were at the, I want to be clear, I'm not going nuts. I'm not sure whether it was a medical school or where the hell I spoke, but it was on the campus.
Yeah, you gotta like his candor, you know. I'm the chosen one, he said. Yeah, all the very best people say that. I asked them to stop saying it. It won't go to my head, so it won't go to my head, but they keep saying it. They insist. So all the best, the very best people, meaning the Illuminati, they're telling him, Donald, you're the chosen one. We have chosen you to be our puppet. We will hold the strings, Donald. You must simply be a good puppet. All the Trump-tards out there will believe you. Yes, Hillary was too big on herself, Donald, and we didn't have enough dirt on her to control her, so we chose you instead. You were the chosen one, Donald, because you have the mindset of a small baby. Yeah, he's definitely changing the landscape of our economy and our politics by being absolutely gone. He's a buffoon. He's a complete babbling buffoon. And some of you people on the far right think he's stopping the deep state. If he was stopping the deep state, he'd prosecute Elizabeth Warren, Ilhan Omar, and we have enough dirt on both of them to prosecute them. We could prosecute Hillary Clinton. He's not prosecuting the deep state, people. He is the deep state. He completely supports the 5G network. Oh, yeah. He supports all the false flags that have happened over the past 14 years, every one of them. Oh, we have a terrible gun shooting problem in Parkland. Marjorie Stoneman Douglas. I spent an hour and 23 minutes with the 100 hour and 24 minutes. Thank you. Talking to them about their problems. It's terrible. It's terrible. I mean, this is ridiculous. Do you just farted? Really? Would you like to make that a public statement and go public with that? Yeah, well, the reality is Biden, yeah, the Democrats are actually not able to get Donald Trump's tax returns, if you can imagine that. Right. Democrats' bid to get Trump's tax returns before the 2020 election is not looking good. I agree. You know, the House Ways and Means Committee has the authority to get anyone's tax returns, but they can't seem to put together any type of a charge to get those. They're completely toothless. They've been running around in circles for the past 8 weeks now, trying to get something of his tax returns. And let's not forget, this lying president openly said, oh, I'll gladly show you 10 years of my tax returns. No problem. Well, there's a big problem on his side because it shows Russian oligarchs financing Donald Trump's campaign. Yeah. Full funding. Courtesy of Deripaska. Many people like Donald Trump. He's a good guy, but we have him under our thumb, if you know what I mean. Lots of evidence that was acquired by Mistress Nastya has been reacquired in Moscow and no longer a big problem for American press. Deripaska has total control and Donald Trump by the short hair in the nuts. Yeah, they got Trump right where they want him, and our Republicans are just like the Democrats. They are on the take, and they like money, and they're easily bought. On that note, let's get some music into here. I like questions. Any questions coming at me, bring it. But you have to realize a lot of this seems like a repeat because we keep dealing with the same problems and not fixing them.
Here we go again. Here we go again.
little music to kind of mellow things out. I like to mix things up in the show, and it makes the show more interesting, I think. We have a site where you can watch our show, and it is available for all of you to check out anytime you want. I put this concept together. It's called coolrock.com. And it's fun. It really is. It's a fun little place. Yep. You go to Cool Rock. It's the online community. The Cool Rock online community is up and running at coolrock.com. You may encounter this little sign at the top left that says unsafe. Excuse me, not secure. That's just because we're running it through an HTTP server. We're not grabbing any cookies. We're not sending cookies your way. We're not in any way altering or sending malware at you. We're just bringing up really good stuff that's available on the internet and showing you all the different aspects that you won't find on Google and Facebook. And the first order of business when you go to our site, you can check out our chat, like right there. But up here is Web Oasis, and it's got to be the best link to get anywhere on the internet. Truly. It offers a multitude of places to get free education. Like this button right here. It offers free tutorials. Amazing stuff to learn things right in here, free tutorials. So if you drop down that menu, that'll go there, that book menu right there. Over on the left is news. There's all kinds of things. You even got an arcade. And it's an amazing site. If you want to find out more, I could actually bring you Frequently Asked Questions. Has a great video. Yeah. What is Web Oasis? And this takes you to a video. I'm going to give you the YouTube of this.
What is Web Oasis?
Yeah, it's a tutorial. I'll play it tonight. It's really cool. It'll give you everything you need to know. Anyway, getting back to a Cool Rock, which can show you where Web Oasis is. Up here, this button right here. We also have various things you can play music with, listen to the Scissor Fights music, play a drum, do various things. Play with an artificial intelligence computer. I sometimes wanted to play a concerto back to me, but it hasn't yet. And we've got a lot of other stuff on here that's fun. Incredible three-dimensional stuff. Explore this entire plate of croutons, especially this one in the middle, right next to the word type. This will take you to a gateway of cloud-based virtual reality, entertaining and fun, even tutorials that'll teach you how to do virtual reality online. One of many things we offer. Look at all these different things that are offered here. Isn't that cool? And all this is free. You know, it's fun. And plus you can check out our website's different areas about the news down here. A site called All Sides comes from both sides of the political spectrum. Johnson & Johnson ordered to pay $572 million by an Oklahoma judge for contributing to the state's opioid crisis, alleging the company fueled addiction by pushing opioids on people. That's a very powerful judgment by an Oklahoma judge, and I'm really glad that he did that. So you can click on the story and go there and find out more. Yeah, an Oklahoma judge ordered it. The Oklahoma Attorney General Mike Hunter claimed in court that the sales by Push Johnson & Johnson, its pharmaceutical subsidiary, Janssen, started in the 90s to create a public nuisance that led to the deaths. J&J denied any wrongdoing, but apparently the judgment is going to be a sound judgment against a major player, Johnson & Johnson, more than $500 million to pay out. That's wild. Anyway, that's the site. That's where I watch the chat. It's pretty good.
I am the chosen one.
Yeah, but who chose you? That's the question. It's a pretty good experience. I'm enjoying it. Getting the chat right in front of me every night was one of the ways I bypassed Cloudflare's like censorship of my VPN. Because I do the show from a VPN now that my My security is important, and I really am protecting the IP that we have at this address by using the VPN. It's a virtual private network that is somewhere out there in the middle of God knows where. And we bump our signal off of that so that nobody can see where we're broadcasting from, not even Mark. Nobody's found my IP since I started doing this. Welcome to chatroom. Now that you know that Russia has taken over America, would you like to talk about your new rights in America that you think you might have? Would any of you Americans like to talk about how it is now under Russian control? Anyone have questions? Greetings to you, Photo Rain. Many of you are concerned. How has my country, America, been taken over by Russians? Like Donald Trump, sympathizers working under the radar with lots of debt and sex tape in play. Yeah, we're screwed. Mueller did say that Donald Trump was blackmailed by the Russians over a sex tape. He said it was a fact, and he said it was 2 years ago, and that it was not under his purview. I mean, milk went up, really? Yeah, some people are paying. I'm paying $10 for 3.5 gallons of organic milk at Costco. Actually, it's $11. It's ridiculous. Three half gallons, $11. It's like what? $3 a quart where you are? Are you serious? Wow. They're just trying to drain us. They know we like milk. Uh-oh. We got Trump's national security advisor to visit Belarus. Okay, now that you see, many people are thinking Trump is going to be a good guy for Russia. Well, he's working many times with the Belarus, other former Soviet satellite nations, so you can see Donald Trump is doing a good job with Russia. Yeah, Bolton is against all this, but he's a complete fool. He actually believes somehow we're going to do his bidding and start wars in Syria and Afghanistan. But John Bolton is due to visit the former Soviet Republic of Belarus. Wow. So I guess they're going to get him over there and get him re-educated into Russian politics. Good luck re-educating that guy. He's a trip and a half. He's an anti-North Korea guy, and as you know, Putin pretty much controls North Korea. Boy, he's caught in a real kind of the crossover point, you know. Bolton is such an ideologue that he believes everything he believes in is the gospel truth, and he's surrounded by people who are completely controlled by Zionists. What are your feelings on Pussy Riot? It's likely that it was a government-planned, controlled opposition force that they developed in Russia. I don't know. I tend to believe it's kind of like controlled opposition. I'm more interested in what happened to Alexei Navalny and his skin disorder and how they think he was poisoned recently. I don't know. It just seems like it's just too canned, you know. Pussy Riot. It sounds like a gimmick, you know. Whatever they're trying to pitch, they're not stopping the corruption in Russia. They're just as controlled as our country by the Zionist elitists, oligarchs. You see, people, the entire world is being controlled by people with the most money. And these are the mobsters, these are the Zionists that have been controlling the banking system for decades, if not centuries. So it's just a question of which country do they want to buy. They bought Russia. They want to buy the U.S. now with Russia's control. And all the ridiculous, stupid Trump supporters are sitting there going, well, at least he's trying. What about Hillary? She's so corrupt too. We did reveal the backbone today of Eric Schmidt's connection to Google and to the selling of top intellectual rights, even AI, to China. Eric Schmidt, the former CEO, has been exposed, and we're playing a video tonight about that. I played it earlier in the pre-show. It's very good. It's 18 minutes. It exposes Eric Schmidt's control. He's basically the deep state. And they'll sell to anybody, China, Russia, it doesn't matter to them. They don't have national barriers. And he's got a real series of weird conspiracy theories about him. He took his daughter recently to North Korea, Eric Schmidt did, and no one knows why.
ruling China. Well, according to Call and his work with North Korea, where he took his other daughters.
I'll play a little bit of it for you right now.
Sophie through insane danger to get her the first dose of the antidote for the poison. Like that. So the antidote for his daughter Allison stopped and she passed away. And every single mention that I could find of Allison Schmidt's death was eerily vague, stating that she passed away from a long-standing illness with refusal to comment further.
So Eric Schmidt basically lost a daughter, Allison, and he took his other daughter to North Korea recently. Very strange, and this story really kind of shows the underbelly of Eric Schmidt. He's a strong leftist supporter. He supports Obama and Hillary. But this is a really good video. I'll be playing it tonight in our after show. I'm going to give you guys the link to it if you want to play it sometime later. It's worth watching anytime. It is leaning toward Trump, but again, the information they're gathering is relevant no matter who you support in this race. I'm going to call this Eric Schmidt China social credit, because he's the guy who created the social credit system for China, and it's a pretty interesting read. If you haven't seen it, Misanthropy would especially enjoy it. All right. Any other questions? New York ET, Russians block visit by a GOP senator. Really? That's suspicious. Very interesting. I wonder why they would block the visit of a Republican senator. This is very strange. See, the Republicans haven't figured out that Donald Trump is working for Russia. Wow. Senator Ron Johnson, a Republican from Wisconsin, said Monday that the Russian government had refused a grant of a visa to travel to Russia as part of a larger bipartisan delegation from the U.S. Congress. Regardless of this petty affront, I will continue to advocate a strong and resolute response to Russian aggression and frank dialogue when possible. Wow. Exactly why the Wisconsin Republican was targeted wasn't immediately clear, though Johnson has been critical of the Putin regime on a number of fronts, including Russia's occupation of Crimea and other actions against Ukraine. Wow. So we have an actual Republican who's against Russian involvement in our government. Oh my gosh. That's like a rare creature. I mean, really. The last remaining Republican who doesn't want to be a traitor to our nation and join up with Trump and bend over for Russia. Good guy. Right on, man. Good guy, don't you think? Yeah, very good guy, Dave. Meta, have you seen this subreddit? No. No, I have no idea what you're talking about. Okay, well, let's get some music in here because obviously this is boring as hell. Live stream fail is just casters doing silly things. Oh, okay. It's good we don't do that.
Sweet the taste of love can be until you let me pick the fruit of the forbidden tree. You swept me off my feet, my heart stopped to beat, 'cause you made me melt away.
Okay, so right. This is an interesting study done by the PLOS.org. Environmental pollution is associated with an increased risk in psychiatric disorders in the U.S. and Denmark. Wow. It's the first of its kind. You'd think they'd be concerned about the chemicals they're dumping on our heads in the form of chemtrails. Oh, no, that's wacky. Oh, I don't think about that. The work was funded by the North Fjordska project that understanding the link between air pollution and the distribution of related health impacts and the welfare of the Nordic countries there. ADHD, KAR, conditional auto-regression, CDC. All these things are involved. Okay, thank you for sharing. We all knew the environment affects our brain, so next. Thanks. Kind of knew that. Yeah, they wouldn't doubt they make the chemtrails there. We got the chemtrail making the generator in the back there, and we got the whole chemtrail operation going on there. You betcha. You better believe it there. Oh, sure thing there. We got the big thing going on in the background here. Sure, they got the chemtrails coming out of the nozzles there, and these are chemtrail nozzles made in Amsterdam there. You betcha. Yeah, they made the chemicals ablaze, spray on the head of the people, and the lard sprays unto the heavens. Yeah, they spray us every day there. Yeah, you betcha. Okay, next question. Oh my God, Lucy moaning. What are you saying? Lucy moaning. She's offline, or she's moaning, or come hang out with me? Well, there's a young lady who's doing her thing and getting noticed. Check this out. She came up with a great name called Lucy Moaning, and she goes on screen and she talks to all these youngsters. 3,725 followers. Well, good for her. Well, she knows what matters. Lucy Moaning. Real hit show. I guess I'm missing out on Twitch. Well, I don't care what it is, man. Y'all messing with y'all objectifying women again, Howie. I told you, you got to show women respect. Got to show women respect, man. You aren't going to get a woman, you're going to show some respect. They call it respect, R-E-S-P-E-C-T. Russia launches floating Chernobyl plant across Arctic. I heard about this. Very weird. Yeah. Russia literally wants to put a nuclear reactor on the ocean. And if it melts down, gosh, they've got the whole ocean to melt it into. Now you're beginning to wonder why we're concerned about Russia and our election. You want these people making decisions for you? The plant, called Akademik Lomonosov, is the world's only floating nuclear rig. It has taken almost 20 years to build. It will now travel over 3,000 miles, headed to the small Arctic port of Pevek. Wouldn't you like to live in Pevek? What's that out there? What's a nuclear reactor, honey? Small towns like Pevek in the Arctic zone are isolated but generate as much as 20% of Russia's GDP. Russia's not a very rich nation, by the way, in case you didn't know. That's why they rigged the election. Just so you know. An estimated 450 million plant will be supply electricity to settlements and to companies in the remote area. Oh, good. And if it melts down, it just melts into the entire ocean. Some environmentalists have called the barge Chernobyl on ice and worry it would lead to another nuclear disaster. The plant's engineers insist it's safe and it's built to withstand a tsunami. Okay, thanks for sharing, CNN. Oh. Libtard channel of the universe. Yeah, sounds like a nuclear disaster waiting to happen, Willie the Wimp says. I agree. If you have 100 mil, you net 3.5 mil per year off interest Easy Street. Photo Rain says if you have 100 million, you can make 3.5 million a year just off interest Easy Street. You're right. So now you're going to try to get 100 mil, Photo Rain? So you could be netting 3 million a year? Yeah, we got that report. Trump wanted to nuke. Yeah, Ad the One brought this in, True Blue, but thank you. We got that earlier. Trump actually thinks we could nuke a hurricane. That's right. He suggested nuking hurricanes to stop them from hitting the U.S. He says Oh, I got it. Why don't we nuke them? They start forming off the coast of Africa. As they're moving across the Atlantic, we drop a bomb, inside the eye of the hurricane, and it disrupts it. Why can't we do that? The source said, paraphrasing the president's remarks. Asked how the briefer reacted, the source recalled he said something to the effect of, sir, we'll look into that. They're like yes men surrounding Trump. Sir, we'll look into that. Trump replied by asking incredulously how many hurricanes the U.S. could handle and reiterating his suggestion that the government intervene before they make landfall. The briefer was knocked back on his heels, the source in the room added. You could hear a gnat fart in the meeting. People were astonished. After the meeting ended, we thought, what the F? What do we do with this? We could nuke it's like brain dead city. It's like this guy doesn't know what's going on. He has no clue. He's like a fourth grader. Like, why can't we nuke it? Well, because the radiation and fallout that the hurricane would spread would be worldwide devastation. Why can't we do that? It's like a 7-year-old. The age of reason when the age of why. That's how a 7-year-old is. Why can't we do this? Why can't you have the air turn into water and put out the fires? Well, they're actually working on that right now. Well, I said we should just stop the radio frequencies and chemtrails. That would end the hurricanes right there. But even people like that won't even talk about the subject because that's wacky. But they want to talk about stratospheric aerosol injection to somehow create a barrier for the sun. Yeah. He isn't smarter than a 5th grader. I know. He would fail on that show. Are you smarter than a 5th grader? I know. I'm not kidding, man. That's what I'm talking about. Kramer, the guy on CNN that does all the Fox trade thing, or no, where is his show? CNBC? Kramer says investors should be prepared for more pain and be able to buy that pain. So he's always bullish. He's like, buy into the down markets. Of course, he's fueling the status quo. The people that want everyone to invest so they can suck their money in.
You hear that sucking sound? Those are your 401ks as we speak.
Dave, have you ever suffered from social anxiety? No, never. I've never had anxiety in a situation. I don't like large crowds because you don't know who's going to knife you in the back. But I don't suffer from any that giant sucking sound. I don't suffer from any social anxiety, if that's what you mean. I'm pretty much immune to how people see me. Okay, banks hand over documents on Russia possibly linked to Trump. Really? So even the banks want to hand over documents. Oh, we've got to stop that. Oh, put an injunction against that. Get my attorneys to stop that. Oh. Banks hand over documents in Russia possibly linked to Trump. Uh-oh. I got to sign in. I only saw that for a few. Oh, there it is. Major Wall Street banks have given congressional committees investigating Trump thousands of pages of documents related to Russia, who may have had dealings with Mr. Trump. You think? You think? They may have had dealings with Mr. Trump. We would have found all that out if Mueller had gone with the Paul Manafort trial. We could have found out everything. The second trial would have shown all the money laundering Paul Manafort did, but Mueller just gave up and he didn't want to do that. Handed all the paperwork over, wrap it up, cover up. Yeah, and then ironically, the Jeffrey Epstein thing kind of worked as cover over the whole thing. So we all kind of forgot about the Russian thing, and we talked about Jeffrey Epstein for a while. Yeah, all these conspiracy theories kind of bump each other out of the way. Now we have this story about Epstein, that he's dead when he's clearly not dead. So I'm going to take a look at Epstein's ear here. This is the ear of the Epstein person that died. The nose doesn't match, so it's clearly not his nose. Well, strangely enough, they've gotten rid of all these side views of Jeffrey Epstein, so you can't even see his ear except for one picture. Let me bring it in. Right. I'll do the comparison in just a second. There's not much out there on his side ear that's like they scrubbed it. Yeah, it's not good enough quality to compare. Yeah, it has to be the same ear, the left ear, and that's the right ear. Does anybody have a credible picture of Jeffrey Epstein's ear? Because they've gotten rid of all of it on the internet. I'm going deep into the archives, and I can't find his ear. Yeah. Okay, now we've got a conspiracy theory about his ear. It's scrubbed off the internet. No, that doesn't have the whole ear. That's the problem. It's just a small portion of the ear. Yeah, let me see if I can pull it up though. Let me go to my Epstein file. Going to Epstein file. No. I have a picture on Twitter of an Epstein piece. I should have grabbed that particular picture. You got it? Okay, Max. Okay, here we go. Thank you. Okay, great. All right, we got a good picture from Max. Thanks. Let me put that in my archive while I have it. Here's the Epstein ear conspiracy theory. All right, here we go. Taking a picture of the ears. Right. Completely different ears. Isn't it amazing? Yeah, totally different ears there. This one being Epstein's real ear, and that one being the fake ear of the corpse that they claimed was him. Different ear completely. Look at that. Completely different construction. That is amazing. Okay, we covered the ear. You can't turn a sow's ear into a silk purse, pun intended. Several reasons have been adduced for the growth, sag of the noses, elasticity in the skin, effects of gravity. No, all that's just BS, Cliff. Epstein's alive and doing exactly what he did for years. He got away with it. They're covering for him. When Acosta was asked why you gave him such a low sentence of 13 months, he said because he was told that Epstein was involved in intelligence. We know that Epstein's got contacts in the Mossad. One of his key people that were at his Epstein location was Ehud Barak, one of the prime ministers of Israel. They're saying Jeffrey Epstein's body double, comparing a 15-year-old photo and a photo of a corpse may not be the best foundation of a conspiracy theory. Oh, that's Snopes. Oh, nothing Snopes says has any validity, man. Nothing. They've been consistently bad for years. I mean, you knew that Snopes was involved in all kinds of weird problems between the two owners, right? Oh yeah, let me give you a heads up on Snopes real quick, kind of a primer. Oh, they're totally viable. They've been for some time. That's why Barack Obama managed to pull the wool over our eyes.
Snopes.com founder accused of using company funds to pay for prostitutes. Hello everyone, Jen here, Golden State Times, and today we have a news story. This one comes courtesy of the Daily Mail, and it says, exclusive Facebook fact checker who will arbitrate on fake news is accused of defrauding website to pay for prostitutes, and its staff includes an escort porn star and a vice vixen dom. Facebook has announced plans to check for fake news using a series of organizations to assess whether the stories are true. One of them is a website called Snopes.com, which claims to be one of the web's essential resources on that matter. It was founded by husband and wife Barbara and David Mickelson, who used a letterhead claiming that they were a non-existent society to start their research. Now that they are divorced, with Barbara claiming in legal documents he embezzled $98,000 of company money and spent it on himself and prostitutes. In a lengthy and bitter legal dispute, he is claiming to be underpaid and demanding industry standard of at least $360,000 a year. The two also dispute what are basic facts of their case, despite Snopes.com saying its ownership is committed to accuracy and impartiality. Snopes.com founder David Mickelson's new wife, Alyssa Young, is employed by the website as an administrator. She has worked as an escort and porn actress, and despite claims the website is non-politically ran, she ran as a libertarian for Congress on a dump Bush platform.
Okay, well, thanks, Snopes, for your tidbit, but we don't believe a thing you say. You're easily viable, you're corruptible. Nothing on Snopes is accurate, and neither factcheck.org is owned by the same people. And let's not forget, a lot of the money that came to Snopes and factcheck.org during the 2008 election was from the Annenberg Foundation, a grossly liberal foundation in support of globalization and a new world order. Okay. Update of fake Epstein body was actually Hillary's. No, that's a BS story about Hillary's brother being the corpse. Tony Rodham. Maybe it is Hillary's brother. I don't care who it is. It's not Epstein. I'm sorry for his loss, but he obviously died beaten up, because clearly that picture shows physical abuse. People are wondering, is Donald Trump fighting the deep state? Oh, golly, I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, he's so close to he's so close to his friend Henry Kissinger. Yeah, he's very close to him.
With respect to Syria, I think things are happening that are really, really, really positive. We're going to stop the killing. Everybody knows Dr. Kissinger, and we're right now talking about Russia.
Now, this was one day after Donald Trump invited Russians into his private room at the Oval Office to talk about firing of James Comey to end the Russian investigation. So the day after Trump secretly hired or contacted Russian ambassadors to come over privately and have the TASS news agency film it privately, he met with Henry Kissinger, the architect of the New World Order, the next day. That was him talking to Henry Kissinger about Russia. And you're wondering if the New World Order is involved here. I don't see any more proof than that. The two facts that he met secretly with Russians the next day and then Henry Kissinger the day after that. I mean, I mean, that's an indictment right there. I mean, the fact that he's escaping any scrutiny by the Democrats shows that they too are part of the Russian involvement in our government. So in other words, our government is already controlled by Russia. I think it's safe to say that. It's basically we are in their grasp. Unbelievable. It does make one wonder about the evidence that's right in front of us. Nothing more damning, though, than this piece that Misanthropy found. The conspiracy theory that very powerful people have been putting on these fake shows of people being, suicided or dying. Apparently, the news agency and the reporter that presents all this stuff way ahead of anyone knowing what happened. Apparently, Larry Silona was the one that first presented the story to the, 4chan. And they say there wasn't a guard at the Epstein's jail at the penitentiary. It was someone named Larry Silona. It's an anagram for Royal Lancer. The same Larry Silona from the New York Post was the first to report the death of Jeffrey Epstein, Stanley Kubrick, JFK Jr., and all the NYPD suicides that look like murders. And it turns out that the Royal Lancer happens to be the seal of Prince Andrew. Yeah, the guy who's allegedly been involved with Virginia Roberts Giuffre. They had photographs of them together. This is the day that Jeffrey Epstein was Jeffrey Epstein was found supposedly dead. Look at the jubilance in his face. There's a man who's suddenly had the weight of the world lifted off of him. Look at that. Yeah. His mother is very happy too, or at least the wax impression of his mother. Yeah, isn't that amazing? I mean, how happy he was the day that Jeffrey Epstein died. He thinks all his problems are over. Yeah, it's like problem solved. Jeffrey Epstein's still involved in shaft trafficking, still has dirt on him and everyone else, still is in play as an agent of God knows wherever, and they're not going to be prosecuted. Win-win, right? Yeah, no wonder he's so happy. Jeffrey Epstein's bodyguard on his former boss's lifestyle, cruelty. Yeah. Suicide? I don't believe Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide. Sorry. Didn't happen. But here he is, Jeffrey Epstein's bodyguard, talking about everything. I'm sure that's a non-credible story, but whatever. Yeah, right, man. When he pled guilty to soliciting prostitution, Epstein in 2008 served a 13-month sentence under the cushiest conditions. It was his bodyguard and driver, a former UFC fighter, Igor Zinoviev. Oh, how interesting! A Russian oligarch fighter, Igor Zinoviev, who frequently picked him up at the Palm Beach jail and shuttled him between the office and various appointments. Zinoviev has also trained Epstein in a regimen that included weightlifting and some light fighting. Wow. Okay. The mysterious Russian MMA fighter drew some attention from the media after Epstein's arrest and indictment by federal authorities last month. But it's not made it easier for reporters to find him. There's no published or broadcast interviews with Zinoviev about his relationship with Epstein. Interesting. So it's the Russian oligarch Zionist enforcers now who are protecting Epstein. Wow. We got quite a story, don't we? You see why people tune into our show instead of the mainstream media? This is like unbelievable. Wow. I'm sure you're working on all kinds of new anagrams. Misanthropy found Emily Saul. I'm not sure who that is, but is an anagram for asylum lie. Ew. Interesting. Billionaire die in prison worth less than his taxes? Doubt it. Yeah. I don't believe Epstein declared all his income, and I'm sure the number that his brother got in the will is just a small portion of it. No. The Russians didn't kill Epstein. Epstein's still alive. pretty obvious. He wouldn't have a fake body in his place, in his steed, and they wouldn't have rigged the NYPD coroner report. Yeah. Yeah, his relationship with Ghislaine Maxwell is well noted. She's in hiding in some mansion in Massachusetts, and nobody in our government is asking to talk to her. Complete cover-up. She claimed that she was seen in an In-N-Out burger, but the photo has been debunked many times. And the picture of a book about how CIA agents get killed when they do the wrong thing is, I believe, some sort of a threat to the CIA. And I don't think that's appropriate. Whatever it is, it should be investigated. Here they are with Giuffre. Virginia Roberts had multiple images of herself in their apartment where she was molested. There she was as a young girl. They're trying to close the case on this and not even give her any awards whatsoever. I'm just tracing the information on the coroner. I had it in my memory, I just don't have it here. Let me pull it up, see if I can bring it up. The story seems to have evaded me. That's very interesting. Okay, I'll have to research that. MIT Media Lab member to resign over lab's ties to Jeffrey Epstein. MIT Media Lab member is resigning over his ties to Epstein. Wow. This keeps coming at us, doesn't it? Member of Massachusetts Institute of Technology Media Lab plans to resign after Research Center and its director accepted money from Jeffrey Epstein. I was ashamed of my institution today, and I started hard work at figuring out how to leave the lab while taking care of my students and staff, Zuckerman wrote. Oy vey, did he go to a legendary Oiji Island and have some fun with a young girl? You got to wonder, you know, like allegedly one of the greatest attorneys in the world, Alan Dershowitz, he claimed that he never met her. And then recently, during the civil trial, it became clear that not only had he met her, but he had a back rub from her. So he lied about that. Dershowitz lied about that. I look like the Queen, really? Oh, thank you so much. The Queen is a very beautiful person, especially when she's had her dinner. She always looks so youthful in her dinner pictures. You think they're eating adrenochrome? I hope not. Okay, Sarah's going to give me a little break while I pound a couple of calories in my mouth. And then I'll be back to wrap up our show till 10 o'clock. She gives me these times to kind of give you a chance to meet a real person who's not hooked onto any conspiracy theories whatsoever. So in a way, it's a chance for you to actually talk to an average person who just doesn't believe that stuff. Okay? And she doesn't mind telling you that. I don't mind either. Everyone has their own views.
He just leaves twice.
I only leave twice in the show.
Yeah.
I moved
can
it.
do it.
No, I got it.
Thanks. The disappearing David. If you have 100 million, you net 3.5 million per year off interest, Easy Street, with 3.5%. That's pretty good. Yeah, if you have $100 million. I don't have a paper straw, but a paper straw works the same as a regular straw. You just sip through it. That's how it works. Get the concept of a regular straw, you have this concept of a paper straw, similar. I do not like the compostable straws because they're only compostable in a commercial composter, just like they make these like compostable cake Keurig cups or Keurig cups, and those are only compostable in a commercial composter as well, which is not the same as composting. But the paper cup's good. Oh, I like that. Top 5 digital transformation trends for 2020. Thank you. Clemson. Is Clemson a like Southern football Thursday night? Oh yeah, that is going to be busy around there. Lots of traffic, lots of job opportunities. That's good. No, the paper straw isn't that difficult to use. I mean, it does break down over time, but probably you could get, it lasts at least 10 minutes. Actually, a paper towel straw, yeah, would not last long, but it doesn't need to even be waxy. It's just a paper straw that's like, it's probably the thickness of 3 pieces of paper. And it's wrapped, and it works. It's like hard paper, kind of like, but it's not super hard. It's kind of like cardstock, like a business card. Imagine a business card like into a straw form. Yeah, it's like that. It's that time of year again. Customized learning experiences. Accessibility. Do we even need to learn to read anymore? With new digital transformation trends in technology, I know it's beginning to wonder, but real answer, of course, is yes. But it's so amazing how much accessibility there is. Yeah, the voice to text, text to voice. Yeah, very good. They're awesome. I really liked. They had it in Microsoft Edge, and now it's not going to be in there, and they're gonna. But then Microsoft Office, or there's a Microsoft anyway online, they have the ability, they have this one really cool thing, reader program that highlights words, and it's very good. Well, I guess you'll never come to Seattle. They don't have plastic straws. They don't have any straws. Sarah, I was not here on Saturday. Yes, I was. Yeah, you've banned plastic bags. Now the bags are 5 times thicker and as plentiful, 25 cents each instead of 5 cents. Yeah, that's crazy. San Francisco banned small plastic water bottles, but in the airport, but they allow plastic soda bottles. Wow. $29,000 for Skybox tickets? Wow. Brave Lovers. Oh, Privacy Tools IO has delisted Brave. Minilex.com. Aluminum straws extruded by Minilex are designed to protect sea turtles and other marine life. That's pretty interesting. I like the idea of aluminum straws. Are those the ones that are reusable? People like clean out their straws. I have seen those, the metal ones. As a person sips a drink through an aluminum straw, it generates a cooling effect, essentially making the drink colder. That's pretty cool. I have heard those. Yeah, the Minilex, or I've heard of the why do you think that, Willie? Yes, my vacation credit card bill came in, all told, $5,000 for a 5-week trip. 5 weeks? Yeah, I think it was 5 weeks. How many football games are there? 10? Wow. As a person sips a drink through their aluminum straw, they slowly develop Alzheimer's. That's funny. Maybe. Maybe I'm getting bored. $29,000 for the regular season, and there's 10 games a year. Wow. Maybe he should hire you to be his personal driver to the games. Yeah, a trip to a resort would be next year cheaper, but it would be... Oh, he went to Tahiti for 5 weeks and he paid $3,500 US. Yeah, but David, I don't think wants to go outside the country. Wonderful. Thank you, Pirate. I know. Probably should have stayed home, but I'm glad I went. Oh. The Internet of Things may have yet to pay off when it comes to creating smart cities, but does hold tremendous potential in terms of creating smarter, more connected schools. Security. Yeah. I agree with the customized learning plans will create more charter schools and homeschooling. Yeah, we don't do the passport thing yet. Thanks for the offer, maxed out credit. I don't really want to go anywhere. And no, I'm not. David has a house that he doesn't have a mortgage on, which allows me to and so we watch how much, electricity we use, but it allows me to save most of the money that I earn. What would be rich in your opinion, Willie and Misanthropy? Because I don't think I have what you think riches are. No, we don't rent the place to other people. Okay, you calculated I need 5 greenhouses for David to wash his hair with clean water. I'm not, yeah, the trip wiped me out for a little bit. Yeah, the after show, well, I know, that's true. And I wonder, maybe if I am spending this much in electricity, might as well spend more and try to develop my own server or something. Yeah, that sounds cold, maxed out credit. You went to visit the old Woodstock site and you rented a house for $168 a night? Wow. I think my next vacation will just be staying at home and reading books in my hammock. Oh, that's pretty warm. Maxed out credit. 81 degrees Fahrenheit tonight. Wow. Howie, you're back. Oh, you rented a house with 15 people. $168 a night. That's a good deal. Oh, thank you, Misanthropy. What happened to the new Reddit? Okay, self-hosted. I will have to look into that. Shall I look into it now? Oh, the new Reddit design is bad. Okay. When you get close to death, you plan on paying for everything with credit and seeing how you can't take any money with you. I take it you don't have children. Or you don't want to leave anything behind. Except debt. I know other people like that. Yeah. Thank you for the offer. You have 2 kids and you're going to be letting them fight over your bills. Like, they're not worth it. Unless maybe they step up and take care of you. But who knows, maybe they won't. Okay, welcome to self-hosted, Reddit self-hosted. The forward R's just mean like a Reddit thread, right? Thanks for checking out the subreddit here. The concept in which you host your own applications, data, and more. Self-hosting. Taking away the unknown factor in how your data is managed and stored. This provides those with the willingness to learn and the mind to do so to take control of their data without losing the functionality of services they otherwise use frequently. David is having his dinner, and that's it. I bet that is the best thing ever. A spring water shower. Hot water, right, though? You're like, you better take care of me, or I'll write you out of my will. And but then you're like, my will is, I'm giving you debt. Nothing but debt. Maybe. Well, he made salmon burgers, which we just bought at Costco a couple weeks ago, and some macaroni and cheese, and he put in a can of cut up green beans in it, and salmon, no, actually pollock, fish burgers, fish. I think it's Alaskan pollock. I was wrong, not salmon. Wow, that's great. I'm so glad you have such a great life, maxed out credit. All right, some examples. For instance, if you use Dropbox but are not fond of having your most sensitive data stored in a data storage container that you do not have direct control over, you may consider Nextcloud. Or let's say you're used to hosting a blog out of a Blogger platform but would rather have your own customization and flexibility of controlling your updates. Why not give WordPress a go? Possibilities are endless, and it all starts here with a server. Since you're here, while you're here, take a moment to get acquainted with our few but important rules. When posting, please apply an appropriate flair to your post. If an appropriate flair is not found, please let us know. If it suits the sub and doesn't fit in another category, we will get it added. Message the mods to get that started. If you're brand new to the sub, we highly recommend taking a moment to browse a couple of our awesome self-hosted and system admin tools lists. We also have activated our self-hosted chat room. Join in here. As always, happy self-hosting. He seems to be, did he talk about the burgers he bought at Costco? Yeah. Proud of those. Bye, pirate. You're planning to put a basement loft so you can rent the upper part of the house. You want to live in the basement? That's a good idea. You love your country place. You had to work hard for it and die as well. Yeah, David said you came back to life. You're thinking of making it a spa resort for week-long visits. That's a good idea. Oh, it's ground level right now, and you're thinking of building down instead of building up? But a Monday usually is Conspiracy Monday, and David is now on his rants about the latest conspiracies. Oh, okay. You're saying a cow lives a cleaner life than me? This looks fun. I can do this. I've got to believe in myself. Plex.tv. Your favorite movies, stream smarter. Your favorite movies, TV, music, web shows, podcasts, and more, all streamed to your favorite screens. Your media, organize and stream your personal collection of movies, TV, music, and photos anywhere on all your devices. $30-day free trial. Okay. Roku App Store Plex. Well, Nextcloud maybe. I'm not sure about Plex. Protecting your data. Nextcloud 16 introduces machine learning based security and usability features, ACL permissions, and cross app projects. Protecting your data, the self-hosted productivity platform that keeps you in control. Okay, so if I get Nextcloud, it offers an on-premise universal file access and sync platform with powerful collaboration capabilities and desktop, mobile, and web interfaces. There's Nextcloud Talk, calls, chats, and web meetings. Delivers on-premises private audio, video conferencing, and text chat through browser and mobile interfaces with integrated screen sharing and SIP integration. And Groupware. Kind of reminds me of use a NAS server, NAS. What is NAS? Protect, control, and monitor data and communication across your company. Guaranteed compliance with business and legal requirements. Keep your data on servers you own at all times. Nothing leaks, not even metadata. But I want to host, but I want to host a kind of host a video chat server. I've never seen his show 952, so I am casting just me right now. Well, yeah, I would not do it if whatever if I'm not required to, I won't log your IP. Yeah, you're right, it is me and David. If I did host my own show, it would just be like an educational show. Hey, let's talk about math and spelling and things like that. Yeah, true. David and I are kind of we don't. We are different, very different in all many ways. Opposites are good together, I guess. Too much misanthropy. That looks good. Network attached storage, NAS. It's more of a storage device appliance than a server computer. Traditionally, a file server computer is usually a general purpose server computer. As a file server, it's used to service files to other computers in the network. All right. Yeah, just a little too much. I mean, I can't process all of it that quickly. But I've looked at the WebRTC stuff a little bit, but how to create a one-on-one video chat, how to use Scale Drone for signaling so no server coding is needed. I've looked a little bit into WebRTC. I just get a little overwhelmed and don't finish. What do you need to watch your 20,000 shows and movies? The first thing you sent me or the third thing you sent me? You need Plex? No. You need Nextcloud, right? Yeah, it takes a little time to wrap my head around coding and stuff. Yeah, some would enjoy what I like talking about. Science, worms, education, maybe coding. I'm just a unique geek. Wait, you can't wait for fall and you're like, uh-oh, it's starting to rain. Isn't that a sign of fall? Yeah, a nerd like you. I know, you're right. Stop thinking and do. True.
It's a nice sweater that works well with that ensemble.
Yeah.
Hair looks good.
Yeah, it does. I love it. Thanks for your help with that.
Perfect amount, yeah.
All right. You want me to do the video thing off?
No, yeah, I can come in now. Yeah,
Then
thanks.
I can just move over. Okay. Oh, should you move over or should I just go off?
You can head on out, yeah. Thank you, Sarah.
Good night, everyone. Bye.
Sarah's gonna say goodnight, so.
Oh, wait. There we go. I'll just leave it.
You can get around there? Okay. Thank you. Awesome. Thank you.
Maybe I can.
Very kind of you. Sarah Finley. Yeah, she's just so kind to come in here and give me this extra time. She looks so cute while shy. Yes. It is kind of an amazing ability to do a show every night. We wouldn't be able to do this without the constancy of and Sarah's willingness to participate. The hair is better, thank you. What are you cooking on Thursday? I'm thinking of cooking up too much pressure. Yeah, TMP. We'll wait on that. Lasagna is so fattening. Egg rolls, ooh, lumpia. I don't know. I'm not sure yet. Well, last week was so terrible. I created bowl of food, and it's the best damn thing you can make. Yeah, bowl of food is available right now. Everyone loved it. It was kind of a hit. I just took basic ingredients that work well together and are cheap, organic, and non-GMO, and said, yeah, go for it, and brought them all together quickly, and just like bowl of food. Wow. Had the right texture, right colors. Very appealing. I was thinking of doing mush, maybe gruel. I'm not sure. Where do we go from here? Mush and gruel. Slop. We could do slop. We could do mush, slop, and gruel. MSG. And we could avoid MSG and do MSG, no MSG. So no MSG in the mush, slop, and gruel. You like that? Now in the mush category, we could do mash, mashed potatoes. Slop category, we could do soup, right? And the gruel category, we could do oatmeal or stew or dog food. No, I don't eat dog food. Really, you don't like to eat because your cooking is best eaten with blinders and nose plugs on. You don't like carrots? They're so good for you, though. And I know you don't like celery either. Thank you for saying that. Oatmeal burgers, yeah. Jerk chicken, man. That sounds a little too sexual, Howie. Sounds like you've been choking your chicken too long. No, don't do that. That could cause a backlash, and gasoline could ignite if you urinated on a spark plug. Any type of gas in your engine could ignite the whole engine. Do not do that. I'm just glad I got my clean water running again after I complained to the office and said, I mean, we just paid $120 cumulatively per house in my neighborhood times 500 is approximately $120,000. Anyway, times two, it's $60,000 times two is $120,000. So we literally paid $125 times two within a year's period, and $250 per household times 500 gets us them $120,000. You'd think they'd be able to fix our water system. Instead, they gave each other raises. Everyone got a raise. Everyone got like a huge raise. $60,000 went into their raises, and we're still sitting with brown, weird, aerated water. It's like, what the hell am I doing here? And I realized I'm in paradise. If I filtered my water, if I just did everything I could to clean my water, I'll be okay. So I talked myself into it. I'm willing to put up with the jet noise over the house just to live in paradise. I literally have deer grazing in my backyard in the morning, every morning. I mean, how cool is that? Today we had a bevy of, a flock rather, of quail. What is a bevy of? I'm not sure what bevy stands for. Oh, I hope not. I hope nobody hits us with a directed energy weapon like they did in Paradise, California. Then you'd be watching the Fried Dave show. So Trump's doing a really good job of flip-flopping and doing what he does best, which is switch gears, constantly change his mind, lie, just deceive people, and then change his mind again. Yeah, this past week he flipped on a gun. It was actually background checks. First, he embraced the red flag laws that Lindsey Graham, the Russian collaborator, is putting together. And then he turns around and says, oh no, background checks are off the table. Well, guess where that term came from? Yeah. I've been saying gun control's off the table, and I purposely use those words, and now he's saying background checks are off the table. He's copying my show. But background checks will be back on the table. You'll be seeing your neighbor and their whole family getting everything taken from them because their son had a psychiatric episode. Your father won't be able to have a gun. You know how the red flag laws rule. They pull everybody down. They want you to be a basic cattle. Yeah, and then he said he'd use nukes to stop hurricanes. I mean, this guy is beyond belief. And on top of last week's gaffe, where he tells people that he's the chosen one?
I am the chosen one. I am the chosen one.
It doesn't he have any sense of how absolutely cartoonish he's becoming? I mean, the man has no shame. Of course, we had Obama too. I mean, with a scar on his head, you could clearly see he had brain surgery, but everyone is going, oh, he's helping us. He's helping all the minorities, yeah, and all the cities in America. Oh, yeah. He didn't do diddly squat for anybody. He certainly didn't help the blacks in Chicago who are still dealing with gang violence. He didn't help the people of Flint, Michigan. But he sure has a chip in his head. Look at that scar. They literally cut his head open and pulled it out and then put in, some chip in and then put it back in. Larry Sinclair is on tap. Here he is.
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
Here we go again. Here we go again. Been there, done that. There's nothing new to it.
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
I never knew how sweet the taste of love can be until you let me pick the fruit of the forbidden tree.
Okay, I guess he tasted the fruit of the forbidden tree. I mean, really. I couldn't believe that. Yeah, I'll play Mr. Right on the outro tonight. Yeah, I was quite shocked that, yeah, the forbidden fruit. I mean, this guy supposedly had Barack Obama in the, well, I don't even want to talk about it. Anyway, I had to go back there just to really tune into that and straighten it out at the same time. We're looking for new ways of approaching the subject, and I've yet to realize how to do it. Wow. That's interesting. Plex. If only Sarah really cared about that stuff. I mean, yeah. She did look into top 5 digital transformation trends in education. That was good. That's kind of cool. Yeah, so I guess you did enjoy some time talking about technology with her. Yeah, I'm glad you did. Because the show shouldn't be about conspiracies only on Monday. Technology in and of itself is a conspiracy. Look at the work of, I guess, the Unabomber, Ted Kaczynski. He wrote that manifesto on science. Remember that? I never read it. Well, apparently he hasn't won an election. Larry Sinclair has not won his region. He's not in charge of anything. He's running as a candidate. I don't think what the hell moments really matter at this point. No, I think you're clinging to what the hell moments as a way of like a touchdown pad to hold on to. The world is spinning so fast you don't know what's going on. And 5 digital transformation trends are occurring in education. Customized learning experiences. Accessibility. Making things more agile. Internet of Things. It's so funny, the world looks at everything's security. Schools are strapped. Yeah, money's running out. The world looks at everything through very innocent glasses when we look at how, the internet is doled out and how kids can, obviously access it. But it really is dangerous. And we should know that the government is allowing a lot of these really bad sites to persist on YouTube. There's sites that actually, I've never been to them, but they supposedly direct you deeper and deeper into a world of children's stuff. And they say these sites are designed for you to become a pedophile. And that's the sickest part about the internet. YouTube isn't banning these sites. They're banning the people discussing these sites. That's what's scary. That's why Pizzagate the discussion was completely shunned. And now people can't even get into a discussion about it because you can get knocked off the internet. So they're clearly using all kinds of means to stop our access to certain stories. And that's true with conservative sites that are exposing the Democrats and how Hillary and Podesta are all connected to the Russians as well. So both left and right are being purged as hate speech on the internet. And they're using this power to control our view and see what we can see. And they're controlling what we talk about, controlled talking points. Yes, I saw that documentary, Above Majestic. It's pretty good. You just came from a trip to Betherwoods, and your sisters and I decided to buy a house upstate because of the floods and global warming. Yeah, makes sense, Juan. I like to have places near water. And I think if we could get, everyone could get access to fresh water, obviously we'd be set. But not everyone has it, especially in LA. So Podesta and Colbert are good buddies? That's interesting. It almost looks pasted up, but I'm going to go with what you say. This is a John Podesta picture that just looks pasted up to me, man. I'm sorry, no. Stephen Colbert does not look like that face is exactly. The light is too bright in his face. I don't know, it just looks pasted up to me. I don't buy it. The cabal, yeah. You got attacked by a Unabomber? Is that when you were life raped? So sorry that happened, KY. Kentucky Poopy is saying he was attacked and life raped by a guy who looked like a Unabomber back in 1995. And he said, you're going to be seeing me real soon. Again, real soon. Well, you must be reliving these terrible memories, KY. It happened in Kentucky, didn't it? I drove through a small area of Louisville, Kentucky on one of my longest, most stupid trips across country. And I landed at a Holiday Inn, and it was a gay pride Holiday Inn revival. It was my first leg of a 3-day trip cross country. Don't do that, by the way. It's dangerous. Anyway, it's just obviously an enclave down there at the Holiday Inn there in Louisville. They were hanging out. I walked in the bathroom tired as hell. I hadn't slept in 24 hours. And I went in there, and all of a sudden these two gay guys walked up and said, "Say, I haven't seen you here." And it's like, immediately, I just wanted some water in my face and go to the bathroom. I got back on the road, and I drove nonstop for 48 hours straight to Henderson, Nevada. I was so, just the whole experience was overwhelming. I just kept driving and driving and driving. Don't do that, by the way. It's very dangerous. After 72 hours, you begin to hallucinate on the, looking at billboards, you see skeletons and things. It's it's just disturbing. I mean, you don't want to stay up for 72 hours. Trust me. Do not do as I do. Do as I say. I've never been there, no. I've been to Palace Station's buffet, breakfast buffet. It's very good. They have one of the best buffets for lunch, too, in the country for the price. No, I don't know. I wonder if I wasn't on the shitter. Whatever that's, you're talking about the toilet? No. No, I haven't been to Burning Man. Is Burning Man on? Does anyone know when Burning Man's happening this summer? Is it over? Oh, really? You're believing in Christ again, soul? Oh, that's special. Well, this isn't a Christian channel, but you're welcome to come in and share your faith. We're non-denominational. So Burning Man is just starting. Do you have any live feeds? You think it is real? Can you not see? If you think it is real, can you not see? Wow, it is real. We've got an actual photograph of Stephen Colbert and John Podesta in a kind of a bromance moment. Isn't it amazing? We've got all kinds of photographs. Whoa, corroboration upon corroboration, shot after shot. Stephen Colbert with John Podesta. The mainstream media covering up horrendous liberal crimes. Oh man, this is good. View file. I will go there right now. The mainstream media is covering up heinous crimes. Well, I don't believe, I mean, I believe that. Clearly they don't talk about the body count, the Clinton body count. That's like being pushed farther and farther back on the internet too. Pedophilia is a horrible, disgusting thing. Let's make that clear from the very start. Accusing someone of child trafficking or porn, child sex, and worst of all, the actual defilement and murder of children without proof is reprehensible. But, and it's a big but, how reprehensible would it be if such things were going on in this country, much as it happened in the UK not so long ago with Jimmy Savile? And we did or said nothing because the mainstream media, with no investigation whatsoever, declared it's a conspiracy theory or worse, fake news. What is Pizzagate? You can find a plethora of information, but separating the wheat from the chaff is, so far as this story is concerned, extremely difficult. One well thought out and informative article appears here, and it would be good if we checked it out. Okay. Podesta, Clinton International Child Sex Trafficking Ring, Puppet Masters. Wow, okay, let's go down that rabbit hole. What do you say? What do you want to know? The WikiLeaks discovered very interesting, unusual connections between words like pizza and child pornographer. Child pornography is code word for cheese pizza, is code word for child pornography. So the FBI announced that in 2007. So by the time it rolled out, people said, what's this connection? Why are all these WikiLeaks of John Podesta's talking about selling pizzas for $9,000 to Hillary Clinton or $11,000 to George Soros? Why did Barack Obama spend $47,000 on pizzas? And that's in the budget. And then people started to open up that cavernous, what's going on behind the hood of this weird engine of corruption. And that's when it got weird. That's when the word Pizzagate became a national word, and then they suppressed it. The president and CEO of Reddit and Twitter both made it illegal to use a word in a country dedicated to free speech. Now we've gone down this dark road where Google controls anybody and anyone, left or right, that they claim is hate speech if it doesn't fit the narrative and the talking points of the mainstream media. So we clearly are at a break point where we, the people, either wake up and form this third party and stop this tyranny, or we will be swept into the fold of either the left or the right, and we'll always be there and will always be controlled. I can't unban anyone. No. Or I should say I won't unban anyone. Hey, Scissor Fight. LA, California sniper shooting Lancaster Sheriff Department hoax, fraud, fabrication. Keeping that thing alive about shooting deaths and all that. They keep coming up with this stuff. And it's spinning out so ridiculously, it's seemingly a farcical coming out of the police departments. Today's was a classic example of that farce.
Well, new this morning, a deputy in California admits that he lied when he said a sniper shot him.
Take a shot from the north of the Lancaster helipad. See him here in the right shoulder. From the apartment complex to the north. Yeah, so 2 shots go out. My shirt's ripped to the right.
They ruled it a fake event, and I've got a 28-minute video talking about that. So it's like it's getting so hokey, they're having to disclaim it, not take credit for it. Isn't that interesting? And they pick these people that are absolute idiots to implement these plans. Yeah. Sound a lot like I'm the chosen one? Really? Are you sounding like that? Yeah. The people didn't choose Donald Trump. They chose Hillary Clinton. The people didn't even want to choose Hillary Clinton. They had no choice. Hillary Clinton won the popular election by 4 million votes. The Russians did get involved in the election, and Trump knew in advance that the Russians were doing that, and he didn't tell the FBI. And now the Republicans are riding on that wave of cheating, and now they want to stack the Supreme Court against Roe v. Wade. That's kind of where we are right now in America, in case you were wondering. Here's a phony foiled crisis actor. Phony foiled crisis actor. Another 7-minute video. That'll be good. We got crisis actors that are being detected in the population. So we got a person working as a character and agent in a strategic Homeland Division. What a coincidence, yeah. Hey, I can't wait to find that out, yeah. You can see the resemblance. Okay, we'll take a look at that too. Thank you. 153news.net evolved out of the suppression of information on YouTube and has been an alternative for people to gather information. I've got a website at Flipboard, and I'll give you the direct link. Well, you can see all of our 153 links that we get from Scissor Fight regarding all the false flag events happening. I will give you the direct link to the 153 magazine. So I've got this site called Flipboard set up, and I'm going to go to my magazines. I've got categories like 5G dangers, environment, and atmosphere. There's a no gun control thing, a documentary page, and 153 News. This is big. Here is the link to all of the 153 News ones that we do have in our lineup. And I flip them every time in the evening when I put them in there. Here it is for both chat rooms. And you've got another one, government. Okay. Excellent. Excrement. Excrement. That's not excellent. No, it's excrement. Oh. Okay. How the government controls food, education, and healthcare. This is a quickie.
I found that it took me up. When I followed the money, I found that it took me up the levels of a pyramid. Here we are at the bottom level going about our daily lives. Above us is government, people who are given a monopoly on force and use it to tax and control us whether or not we agree. But who controls them? At the next level are the corporations. Many would say that it is now corporations and not nation states that rule the world. They call it a corporatocracy. To acquire the world's resources and control the markets, this corporatocracy must have access to cheap money. The big corporations get their loans at special rates from the big banks, which means that those who control the major banks, the moneyed elite, ultimately control the corporations. As I've followed the money, I've learned that almost everything I once believed about money is simply not true.
That's awesome. He's great, isn't he? Yeah, that's thethrivemovement.com. If you want to find out more about that, thethrivemovement.com will tell you all about it. He was one of the elitists. He was the son of a very powerful man. I'll take you to their website. You take a look at it. Never mind. And his name is Foster, of the Foster and Gamble fame.
Welcome. My name is Foster Gamble, host of the movie Thrive. Both the movie and this website are the result of my lifelong quest to discover what it will take for human beings to thrive on planet Earth.
Well, for one, we should all get nice shirts like yours, which I have here. and then unbutton them. One more ring, so we look like we're cool older guys. And we basically try to fit right into that category of being a hip, cool, rich, older guy. Let's start there. I like his look, I really do. But the key is to find a better way for the American people, and a better way that does not involve corporations. Well, coming from a very wealthy family, he has done an amazing job. The Thrive movement is really worth looking at if you haven't checked it out. It does expose some alternate energy theories like zero-point energy, which could veritably defy perpetual motion, and theories that, like Kelvin's law, second law of thermodynamics, that all energy is conserved. It challenges those, and it really goes way into the depth with scientists and experts. The ThriveMovement.com. Thank you very much. Thank you, Foster Gamble. I won't gamble anymore on Foster Gamble. You have to hear about him all the time. Joel Osteen. Yeah. There's a guy that didn't even open his doors to people from the hurricane damage in Houston. Actually, Howie, mine is not from the thrift store. I say many of my clothes are from the thrift store to arouse your belief that I'm one of the common men. It's an excellent technique I've used. Even you believe it. Yeah, don't flirt with anybody here. Your husband would not like it. That's right. Even though you may have, feelings for some of the people in here, try not to flirt with them. Well, you guys are ragging at each other for simply doing what you want to do. That's his choice if he wants to smoke cigarettes or vape or whatever. I was never called Knuckles. Now we got another one from Scissor Fight. Thank you, Scissor Fight. You've been very busy. I appreciate the time. You coming in here is a very big plus whenever you can. I appreciate it. We love the videos you bring us. Breaking: Trump flew Epstein's child sex slave across state lines. Whoa, no kidding.
Into Stranger Than Fiction news, broadcasting live from the dark side of the planet. It's now been confirmed that President Trump is harboring dark secrets when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein. Multiple reports place Trump on either Epstein's plane or Epstein on Trump's plane.
Thank you. Yeah, that's right. Ron Johnson is making hit news again with Stranger Than Fiction news. Excellent. I'm glad he's got an account there. We'll get to that too. This is great. We're like reconstructing on another network, 153news.net. All the greats from the 2 years ago are coming back. Right on, man. I like his show. And he's finally waking up to Trump's insincerity. Yeah, having a crush on me is of no point. Every woman knows that I'm taken. Yeah. I'm not a sideshow act. It's called The Truth, and this is no sideshow. Oh, come on. They're already adding a crap ton of chemicals to weed anyway. Once they legalize it, though, and you'll be able to grow it yourself, then you won't have to worry about the chemicals, will you? We just need to legalize it. Let's start with that. Thank you. Well, let's be clear. Michael and I have been involved. Michelle and I have been involved in a relationship. Did I say Michelle? I meant Michael. I mean Sarah. That's right. No, Sarah is a woman. Michael is not. Michael is. He's definitely a dude. Check it out.
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an
And do you think that the country will see the United States will see the first gay president or the first woman president?
We already have it with Obama, so let's just calm down.
Got it.
No, Michelle. is a trans.
I'm sorry, she's a what?
A transgender. We all know.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, let's take a look at the money shot here. Now you can see right there the image of his body part flinging in the suit there. You can't hide that. That's really two cylindrical objects, fleshy in nature. There might be a third one in there somewhere, but it's none of my business really. All I can tell you is we've been lied to, people. Yeah. Come on, people now. Now, Dr. Catherine Horton, an expert on the 5G and radio frequencies, is going to give us a tutorial tonight as well on the dangers of the 5G networks as a mass DEW terraforming platform that could be used against us. Now, I've talked about the dangers of microwave energy and how anything could happen. And if the government or even AI were to instigate a plan to implement these, they could easily fry the human race. Well, she'll be discussing this as well.
Hey folks, and welcome to another video from A Plain Truth, Space for You.
That's a pretty loud song. I toned it down for you, but that looks good. Yeah, so I'm the one who introduced this concept of AI. I'm the first person to discuss the AI origins of 5G, and I've noted that on the internet, so it is recorded. I believe that AI could very well be implementing this plan as a tool to destroy the Earth, or the people on it, I should say. It's not a big conspiracy theory. We don't have a lot of information to back it up, other than the fact that we don't know enough about the dangers of 5G. It wasn't me, man. It was somebody else who didn't know how to handle their microphone. Apollo 11 heroes, happy 50th anniversary. Oh, lucky you. Yeah, they faked us out for 50 years. I want to play that song, but I can't. Okay, I'll play that song with you later as well. Boy, we got a lot of good stuff lined up. Thank you, Scissor Fight, for bringing it all to us. It's all good. Yeah, the moon hoax people are welcome here. If you don't believe that we went to the moon, I welcome you. Yeah, I'm having a problem with having the idea of not going back press my mind. Wow. Okay. Well, we could have gone back, and if it was the space shuttle having problems with the tile that stopped us, the space program, and ended the space shuttle program. Well, if the tile burned off heading out near the ionosphere at 235 miles off the face of the Earth, you got to wonder, how come they didn't use the same fuselage they used on Apollo 11, which seemingly went through the ionosphere all the way to the moon and back without even a jet fuel pack? I mean, it's becoming almost ridiculous for us to believe anything from NASA. Man dressed as Stephen King's Pennywise strolls through subway. Whoa, that's a scary, weird look. Look at that. You know, I don't know, should there be a law against Satanists dressing up as Stephen King's Pennywise and walking through buses scaring children? What's going on? Okay, Biden's brother is being sued by medical execs over a scheme in which he promised to get the 2020 frontrunner help. Biden's brother is involved? Really? Biden's got some deep roots with some weird connections. Yeah, medical execs are suing over a scheme in which he promised to get the 2020 frontrunners help to land the firm's lucrative contracts, kind of like Obama did with all those big, huge healthcare companies when he pushed Obamacare. There you go. Now it's becoming more obvious the backroom dealings that Joe Biden's families are involved in. But a new court filing has provided the first explicit claims that James Biden offered up his brother's influence to benefit his own private business pursuits. James Biden allegedly promised prospective business partners the former VP would implement their healthcare models into his 2020 campaign. None of this implies wrongdoing on Joe Biden's part. Either he had no knowledge of his brother's purported assurances. Okay. Oh, he kind of looks like his brother too, yeah. Interesting. Yeah, well, again, I find that hard to believe that Joe Biden didn't know about that. Joe Biden knew about his son, who was negotiating with a Yugoslavian firm. Right. Not Bo. His other one, I think it's Mark Biden or something. Matt, the other Biden boy. Bo died. Yeah. Hunter, thank you. Hunter Biden has all kinds of weird things going on. He's involved in a divorce, trying to get involved sexually with his brother who died's wife. That's something happening. He's leaving his wife. He's now talking about addiction, struggling with addiction in a new interview. I mean, Hunter Biden had apparently ruffled some feathers over there in Yugoslavia. Excuse me, Ukraine. Big difference. Yeah, Ukraine, the politics of Ukraine brought Hunter Biden in and had some dealings, and apparently, Joe Biden apparently used his influence over whether they were going to prosecute Hunter Biden in a deal that went bad with the Ukrainian government. Thank you. Nassim, the greatest LARP YouTube ever created. Nassim. A LARP. Sounds like a LARP. Let's take a look at Yassim and the LARP. Oh yeah, I remember her. She doesn't exist. She's a CGI creature. Guess we'll find that out.
Headquarters with a handgun, with her 95 pounds when wet frame, and shoot YouTube employees. Well, I'll leave that up to the watcher of this video to make that decision by themselves.
Oh, good.
But since we're going to go down the conspiracy rabbit hole with a effing jetpack on, let's take a look at how the connections, the dots we can draw lines to, and the puzzle pieces fit.
Okay, we'll take a look at how they fit. We're going to get that from Joe Co-Flyer. Okay, thank you. Well, I got them stacked up tonight. Yeah, Yugoslavia. Okay, David, if you were an alarm clock, what time would your alarm go off? 10 a.m. They say our brains aren't active until 10 a.m. Truly. Many of us are asleep. We sleepwalk during life. We don't even know how asleep we are. I mean, it goes on and on. Every time we wake up, we may be asleep still. And it's happened. In fact, there are people that make a lot of money on YouTube being that way. As long as they don't have an opinion, people believe them, like this guy.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
Okay, for all the people who are unable to actually hear me and can read lips, I'm glad you were able to see that. Now I'm going to water it down and make it more family friendly. We just showed you a picture of a boy in the movie Deliverance, and then we went to a picture of Joe Biden. And apparently, Mad Dog found this. Apparently, this is like an amazing awakening. It is the Banjo Boy, all grown up. Is it amazing? Is it amazing? Some people think, is Joe Biden taking adrenochrome, that thing that makes you younger, that's derived from the children who are tortured? I can't say that he did that, no. I know your lip reading software was off. I do that every night to test people and their ability to think. That's okay. It's a test of the American Non-Broadcasting Association. This is strictly a test of the... And if you know how to lip read, you know exactly what I said. That was a test of the American Non-Broadcasting Association. Huang Guang, how come you are not in bed? I don't sleep at this hour. It's only 9:38 Pacific time. Oh, you're talking to Mad Dog. Okay. Yeah, he should get his beauty rest. Yet another creepy painting owned by Jeffrey Epstein has been discovered. This time at his New Mexican ranch and other stories. We featured this painting last week. But we can't feature it now. Okay. So much for creepy paintings. They can't even put a picture of it out. Just the stories keep coming. They're just endless stories. We got a pretty good one here of John Podesta and Hillary Clinton. Yeah, apparently it's a deep web kind of thing. Monetary sex bribery, obtaining the control of people already occupying positions in high places in various levels. This brings up the question, is Jeffrey Epstein still alive? Did they fake his death, and is he being used to collect data? Or does he have the goods on a lot of politicians and they couldn't afford to get rid of him? Maybe he had one of those abilities to send that information out if he did die. So he probably had that power over them. If he was smart, he had that digital power where he could send files to everybody in the media if he did die, so they couldn't kill him. So they let him go. This goes deep into the story, the heart of Pizzagate. I'll bring the link into the show if you guys are watching it. There it is. And if you got really good zoom control, you'll be able to see it. But otherwise, you'll never see it. Sorry. I'm not going to give you a clickable link. They'll kick me off YouTube if I do. You got to roll a blunt now? Okay. Right on. Assuming you're not smoking cigarettes in your blunt. Some people are actually smoking cigarette material with marijuana. It's so stupid to do that. You'll become addicted to cigarettes. The curious sociopathy of Jeffrey Epstein's sex puppets. I collect people, I own people, I can damage people. The sociopathy of Jeffrey Epstein. Wow. Epstein was a monster. Was? Are you sure? Is a monster who portrays himself as a man of mystery. But Epstein also epitomized the larger transactional nature of fin de siècle in New York society, the sociopath who proved the rule. Whoa, great picture. Wow. Long story. Wow. Hi, guys. Beautiful women were the currency in the city's models and bottles scene. Yeah, and he had the people working for him. Jeffrey Epstein brought people like Jean-Luc Brunel, a famous scout for models, collecting people, and all the images that he took of young girls were brought to Jeffrey Epstein. And this guy was recently seen soliciting young girls for Jeffrey Epstein just 2 months before Epstein was arrested. So this whole thing is still happening. Jeffrey Epstein's talent agent, Pal, spotted scouting fresh flesh in Brazil right before the Epstein arrest. That's Jean-Luc right there with a young model. Probably under 18. It's just unbelievable. They're getting away with this, people. Hello? Is anybody out there? That's a great song from Pink Floyd. Yeah, I loved it. Yeah. Listened to it during my youth. Is there anybody out there? Okay. Now, moving to you. That is legal in Brazil according to, I don't know. I mean, I'm not here to in any way alter Brazil's policies. I'm just talking about a guy who uses pedophilia to manipulate American politicians. Yeah, Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, Mad Dog. We did see a clip of Miley Cyrus's recent tattoo. Very suspicious. Very suspicious. I know. We covered that earlier. And then this story, Trump is sending John Bolton to Belarus. Apparently, Putin is ramping up control over the situation, and John Bolton is moving to Belarus to talk. Yeah. Oh, it's going to anger the Kremlin? I seriously doubt that. No, they still have big control in that region. But we'll see what happens there. Bolton's a warmonger. You got to wonder, you know. What does he even think? Does he think? He's the guy who got us involved in Iraq War and Afghanistan, and he's still our national security advisor? That describes American foreign policy to a T. Oh yeah, he's a hawk, warmonger, zealot, you name it. John Bolton. Starts wars, doesn't know where they're going after that. He wants us to carpet bomb North Korea. Guy's completely lost. Well, I don't know where he's going with his mentality. It's like some people think that they're going to kill off their enemy completely, vanquish their enemy, and they'll never have any problems. This mentality has been circulating throughout our entire society for thousands of years. This idea of vanquishing your enemy, thereby eliminating them. Well, anyone who's watching Game of Thrones must know, you know, that doesn't work out too well. Well, there's all these people that are related to the enemy. That like, oh yeah, we know him and we were the distant niece or nephew. We will avenge the death of the enemy. That always pops up. Dave, have you ever been to a Dykes on Bikes picnic? You know, Howie, I don't hang out where you hang out. You know, I don't think I'll run into you there. Now, we don't trust William Barr. I think, and I'm convinced that he's the wrong person to lead any Jeffrey Epstein investigation. And it's ironic because he says he's really concerned about the bad practices at the prison, Metropolitan MCC, Correctional Center, but he hasn't done anything. He approves of the autopsy results, which clearly look like a fakery. And William Barr, let's not forget, obstructed in the case of Donald Trump, claiming that there was no obstruction. That was obstruction in and of itself. He was the one who obstructed in the case. Yeah, William Barr wrote a 19-page letter to Rod Rosenstein asking them not to investigate Michael Flynn, who was our national security advisor, working for Russia. So William Barr ostensibly was writing a letter for Russia. Yet he's our attorney general now, which is more than enough evidence that he's still working for Russia. And he's going to turn a blind eye to Jeffrey Epstein because Jeffrey Epstein worked with Russian oligarchs, the Mossad, AIPAC, you name it. You see, it's all a neat little Zionist triangle or a triumvirate. You've got the Russian oligarchs in the east, AIPAC on the west, and somewhere in between you've got the Rothschild family controlling everything from the top of the pyramid. Yeah, everything, you know, when everything in the mainstream media is obviously BS, and the stuff on the internet starting to sound more and more real, you know we got problems. And that's really how it is right now. Donald Trump mindlessly supports these fake shootings, acting like we need gun control. And then here's my show saying I want gun control off the table, and even uses my words and said, oh, we're going to do background checks are off the table. What's the chance of him using my wording a few days after I say it? I would like to do a grilling show. I am prepared for that, but I have to purchase a propane grill at Home Depot for $99.99. I do not sound racist. Good, I am not. Yes, Home Depot must have an outside grill we can get for $99.99. Let's take a look. Sarah said we should get into grilling, so I'm thinking maybe a cheapie that we can just replace, because you know how they clog and all that. A friend of mine told me that gas grills are, you know, technically clogging. Oh, I am mistaken. The cheapest one is $199.99. Oh, here it is. It's the Dino Glow. That's right. Click to enlarge. This amazing grill features 3 stainless steel burners for maximum performance and 449 square inches in combined cooking space. 2 side shelves provide extra space for food prep. $99.99. Is it available in silver, black, blue, or fled? Or red? Oh, okay. I didn't think they'd say fled. It looked like fled. Okay, well, there you go. We just have to get the grill and we'll be up and running. Now we just need a donation, Howie. Yeah. I'll make it the official ATP grill. No, I think that would be misuse of funds. Forget that. Okay, AI and airplanes, toxic artificial cloud making programs over Wyoming. I know. I was just over there. I'm amazed I didn't run into Mike Decker at a rest area.
August 24th. 2019, about 11:30 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. I've been cutting firewood, so I didn't document it. Precision spraying today.
Precision spraying. He'll be going deep into detail on the precision spraying over Wyoming. Toxic artificial cloud, and he gets really good pictures of these things as they just douse the air with all these heavy metals, which then float eastward and are assimilated, and radio frequencies control them and create strange and bizarre weather patterns, not to mention the possibility of nanoparticles. Yeah. Nope, Sloopy's still on tap. What do you want her to do? She's available if you want to have a quickie. We do Sloopy on demand if you want. How many seconds do you need of her? Remember that song, Sloopy, Don't Lose That Number? If it's the last thing that you do. Yeah, we'll play a little bit of Sloopy later. Okay, thank you. You have a nice song, Dave. Okay, just play it from timestamp as I post it. Okay.
I wish, I wish, I wish.
Okay, we'll play it from your timestamp. I wish. Okay, good. We got that working out. Let's just recap on the news, see what's happening. Do any analysis. California has sued over Trump's immigration policy on migrant children. I'm amazed California even has a border, you know? Why don't they just consider just opening up the entire border and letting people pour in, you know? Correction, forget that. They'll think it's an idea. Yes. 20 states are suing Trump's administration over Flores rule. Well, you know, Trump can definitely secure the border if only he could do what I told him to do, build a 1,000-mile fence. And then he said it was his idea, and then we still haven't seen it. He says they built 47 miles, but nobody knows where it's built. It's a secret 47. It's a secret. We can't tell anyone where the 47 miles are. But we built 47 miles already. White House debunks Trump's claim about Melania. What's this about? Yeah, well, California actually invited them in a couple years ago. I'm not sure the current governor is going to do that. But the White House released a statement contradicting Trump's claim that First Lady Melania Trump has gotten to know Kim Jong-un. In fact, the two have never met.
It's no secret that it's oftentimes hard to believe some of the president's claims. And today, the White House is confirming that. During his news conference at the G7 summit, the president once again praised North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un. But what's new is that he says so has his wife, the First Lady.
Kim Jong-un, who I've gotten to know extremely well, First Lady has gotten to know Kim Jong-un, and I think she'd agree with me. He is a man with a country that has tremendous potential.
Melania Trump and Kim Jong-un have never met.
Okay. That's about the size of it. Yeah, this is lying 101 with Donald Trump. Oh, I can say anything I want. Everyone is going to believe everything I say. And it's fun. I like to lie. It's fun. That's what he says. He actually enjoys it. He hasn't actually admitted to lying, but other people like Scaramucci said that he enjoys it. It's fun.
But it's not us fact-checking this one. It's the White House itself. In a statement, it reads, quote, President Trump confides in his wife on many issues, including the detailed elements of his strong relationship with Chairman Kim. And while the First Lady hasn't met him, the president feels like she's gotten to know him too. Just going to leave that one there.
Thank you. And are we meeting for drinks later? Okay. See that.
So you talk about the problem of...
Oh, God. I don't drink. What do you mean Jesus is just all right? Soul Child is rediscovering Jesus. You see, some scientists in India took your iron-ion battery idea and claimed they came up with the idea. Yeah, I know. It doesn't matter. Anyone can copy my ideas. Yeah, I'm open source. I don't care. I'm not here to tell you, what to believe, what not to believe. I'm just here to give you good ideas and hope that you'll someday find those ideas important in your life. Trump is a master of changing the subject, yeah. The problem is we don't have any coherent voices in our media. If we did, we would be able to label this guy exactly what he is, but what we have is this constant playing catch-up because every few minutes he changes his mind and lies. So he's leading the parade of corruption by lying incessantly, and it constantly freaks out the media because no one has the mindset and the glibness to respond in real time unless, of course, I was given a second in the media. I don't have a Mr. T hung up in the back, no. If I had a Mr. T poster, it wouldn't have Donald Trump on it. It would have the ultimate Mr. T. The man who changed the universe. That's right. That's my main man, Mr. T. I don't think Mr. Trump is my main man. I think this guy is. That's right, baby. Okay, we done there? Got 4 more minutes to wrap things up. Uh-oh, what do I talk about? Well, I didn't come up with the vanadium pentoxide anode, and that's not the best solution. No. The future is in hydro batteries. Yep. Hydro battery cell technology. They will create hydrogen as they make salt water, for instance, heavy salt, supersaturated salt, conduct electricity. They'll be making hydrogen at the same time. Hydrolysis will be going on. We'll be able to manufacture permanent energy out of battery cells. That's the future, but it's still 20 years from now. You're going to buy your bankers lunch? Why? Is that like some sort of a code word in the Urban Dictionary? Buying your banker lunch? Yeah, giving retards all the attention and coverage you could possibly want. That's what they did during the election. Newtel Spitzen made a very good point. Trump still dominates the media with his nonsense. That's really what's happening. He's gotten a free ride ever since the cultic group of Masons put him in the power's position. That's why he really meant it. When he says he's the chosen one, he was chosen by the Masons to actually implement their plan.
Chosen one. I am the chosen one. I am the chosen one.
He's simply implementing a New World Order plan that they put in place, which includes depopulation. That's why gun control is high on his list now. He actually likes gun control. He's flipped on all of you people who voted for him. He's now supporting the red flag laws. Can you believe this? I mean, Trump might as well invite Ocasio-Cortez into his cabinet. Donald, if you're listening, you should invite Ocasio-Cortez as one of your interns. I know she's a congresswoman, but she could moonlight as an intern. You'd find her very ethnic and very, very special in the White House. Yeah, doesn't he sound like a liberal now, Trump? God. And he has no new ideas, not like we do. I've got the Homestead Renewal Plan and the Rooftop Revolution. A way of getting people a job, fixing up houses, making them look really nice like this, paying $15 an hour. And also using existing funds, not tapping into more tax dollars like Trump plans on doing. Or the Rooftop Revolution, which will cut the cost of your energy bill, and the government will make money on your rooftop for years to come. And it'll be all freely installed. These ideas are revolutionary, and if nobody grabs them, I'm using them, man. I'm so glad nobody's taken the idea officially. Hillary used this idea I had in 2016 in the debates, but it was a pathetic attempt to come back after Donald Trump was using my ideas to beat her. So it was really my ideas versus my ideas in the 2016 debate. Hate to say it, but it's true. I'm emerging as the great thinker of the modern time that we live in. But I'm not the chosen one. Ew, I'm just David. Yes, she did marry her brother. Ilhan Omar married her brother, homosexual brother. Yep. It was my ideas versus my ideas in the 2016 debate. Who won? My ideas won, but I've still completely censored the media. Hey, this has been great. Thank you for coming into the show and bringing me your ideas, your links. Yeah. That's what we do. We interact and we give you real-time interaction with the daily event in real time. Hey, here's a tabletop griddle. Yeah, those look pretty cool. Yep, stainless steel, 22-inch tabletop griddle, front plate, soft back. How much? No price. Okay, well, that's no sale for me. All right, yeah. You can't beat it, man. We've got the best of the best in government screwing us over. Every one of them is handpicked for being a suck ass, a kiss ass, and a prostitute. So yeah, we have the best prostitutes money can buy, as our congressmen and women. Think about that. Think how much money is invested in our corrupt government and how they're continually sucking us dry, and using our tax money and giving it away to big rich corporate industrialists who pad their pocket for re-election. Welcome to 2020 politics coming up. Hopefully our third party will spearhead a new wave in American politics, but we're still waiting for this thing to happen. But thanks for watching and participating, and tell people about us daily. America's Third Party, how I'm being censored, and how the government simply won't even talk about half the stuff we talk about in our show. And I will continue this effort because I believe I'm right. I believe I am Mr. Right. Take care.
You're my Mr. Right, my Mr. Right. Too good to be true. You spin my world around, 'cause you're the peace I find. Found. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. You're my Mr. Right, too good. You spin my world around, 'cause you're the peace I find. Found. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away.